Okay, everyone, we're going to go ahead and get started. Good evening, everyone. Today is August 20th, 2024. It is 6:02 p.m. We're at the Cape Canaveral City Council regular meeting here at City Hall Council Chambers located at 100 Polk Avenue in Cape Canaveral, Florida. I call this meeting to order. Councilmember Jackson, would you please lead us in the pledge?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Council, for being here, city staff, and all of the community coming together. And those of you who are listening online, City Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Councilmember Davis?
Here.
Councilmember Jackson?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Kellum?
Here.
Mayor Morrison?
Here.
Councilmember Willis?
Here. Okay, Council. So at this time, we are at the approval of agenda as written or with amendments.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, Councilmember Willis.
I'd like to move item 1
Mhm.
to later in the evening to items for action.
Okay, item
Please.
number 1.
Yes, between 12 and 13, please.
Move item number 1 after 12 and before 13. So
Yes.
the last, or the first item for action, basically.
Yes, sir.
Council, just before we discuss that, are there any other changes that we would like to see? Make sure we can see the whole playing field here. Hearing none, do we have an issue with moving that? If not,
Can I get clarification? What was that again?
yes, but a motion.
Make a motion to approve the agenda as written with the exception of item 1 being moved to a spot between items 12 and 13.
I'll second.
Got a motion by Councilmember Willis, a second by Councilmember Davis. City Clerk, did that?
Between 12 and 13? Okay. Got it.
It would be the first item for action right after the public hearing. Any further discussion, council? My discussion is I don't have a problem with that. I think that's fine. Okay. City Clerk?
Councilmember Davis?
4.
Councilmember Jackson?
4.
Mayor Pro Tem Kellum?
4.
Mayor Morrison?
4.
Councilmember Willis?
4.
Motion passes 5-0. So the item number 1 will take up first item for action after item number 12, public hearing, which brings us to the presentation and interviews portion of the meeting. The first presentation of proclamation here tonight is for National Suicide Prevention Month, and I believe we have a couple here with us, Miss Jenny Gleason and Lisa Kirksmar. You two here? I'll come forward, read the proclamation, and at the end, if you'd like a few words, you're more than happy to do that with us. So thank you. This is an official proclamation of the City of Cape Canaveral, Florida. Whereas September is designated as National Suicide Prevention Month, as recognized by the National Association of Mental Illness, and whereas many health officials and community leaders locally, state, and nationally understand that mental illness is a significant issue of concern, particularly among our youth, and whereas we realize that to address mental health issues requires more open and honest discussions about mental health. And whereas one major hurdle is removing the stigma attached to mental health treatment and discussion, and whereas individuals, businesses, organizations public officials, and many others recognize the importance of emotional health. Now, therefore, I, Wes Morrison, Mayor of the City of Cape Canaveral, Florida, do hereby proclaim the month of September 2024 as National Suicide Prevention Month in the City of Cape Canaveral, affirming the city supports efforts on the Space Coast to provide education and resources for mental health problems, and that the city will encourage a positive effort towards those with mental health issues to seek the help of a family member, friend, colleague, and/or licensed mental health professional to assist them in times of need, signed and sealed this 20th day of August 2024. Thank you. If you'd like to come forward, we can take a photo with the proclamation.
I just want to thank you for recognizing the importance of suicide awareness and the need for the resources to be readily available. We really appreciate that. It's so very important. We would like to invite you all to attend our You Matter Day on Saturday, September 21st. This is the third annual one. Please visit our website, Do It for Hunter, and come out and enjoy the event. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, sir.
would you mind repeating the date and time and where it would be?
It's September 21st from 10 o'clock to 2 o'clock. The main hub will be at Merritt Island High School, but we have lots of businesses and schools that will be participating around the community. And I do believe we have some Cocoa Beach and Cape Canaveral that will be participating too, as places to stop by and visit.
Thank you.
Okay.
And thank you for what you do. Appreciate it. You. Okay, council. We now have a couple of interviews for the recommended applicants for the appointment to the Culture and Leisure Services Board. First name I have here, Mr. Brad Prevel. Brad, if you're here, please come forward. Our city attorney have a few questions for you.
Hi.
I have a.
Okay, so I'm the lead off batter.
You're the leadoff hitter, and we ask you, or I ask just two questions, and then the council will take over, and you can have your discussion. It's just all the information in your application is true and correct?
Yes.
Okay, and then please state for the board why you would like to serve on this board.
Well, I'm winding down my professional career. So I figured I'll be very tired in trimming hibiscus bushes and rubber trees. I do believe the city, lack of a better term, rec department and leisure services is on the right track. I want everyone to know I have no skin in this game. I don't play tennis. I don't play pickleball. I don't do the 5K run. I don't run properties. I don't manage properties. And I have no local businesses or business in the city of Cape Canaveral or the surrounding areas. I do believe the department needs a much stronger mission statement. I can't really find one. Perhaps there is. But our department must, in my opinion, not only focus on physical activities, but we need to focus on more cultural arts such as theater, theater, singing, painting, and the Cape Center. What's going on there is a great start. We need to bring, as a recreational and leisure and arts department, more young people into our activities. The reason being, if you look at what's going on in our neighborhood, SpaceX, Blue Origin, other space-related industries, they're bringing in young families. Young families is the growth of a community. Young families will also save our elementary school. The growth of it, we have 3, 4 major recreational brick and mortar locations. One is the C5 Center, which is brand new, which is a shining star. As you discussed in the previous meeting, Nancy Hansen, she's a bit sad. We need a little help, okay? But as it also was stated, that can be made a shining star. The growth, as I said, in the community is involving young families. It's hard. Young families are busy being young. They have kids, they have jobs, they have side hustles, but that will be the growth of Cape Canaveral. The future vision growth of Cape Canaveral is not short-term vacation rentals, Airbnbs, Verbos, whatever you want to call that. That's short-term, not long-term. And I want to be here for the long-term success of the city of Cape Canaveral.
City Attorney, any further questions from you?
I too.
Brad, first I want to say thank you for your willing to step up and serve in this capacity.
Thank you.
Council, any questions for Mr. Preval?
No, I just want to say thank you. I think you'll be an asset.
Thank you.
Mr. Preval, you've attended many things that I've put on, and you're very active in the community, and I really appreciate your willingness to serve. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
I have no questions, but thank you for coming forward and being willing to work with our community and get us going with more activities and handle things in that department and working on that board. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Brad, thank you for being here. Thank you for your love for our city. I like your ideas of a mission statement and to attract younger people. I think you'll be a real asset to the board. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Brad, and your ideas are good. You have a lot of them, and I appreciate them because through that, we've seen some wonderful things happen in this city with it. The tree issues that we've went through, the splash pad being open every day, and those successes with everybody's. It took many hands to get there, but as a citizen to step up and speak on those, it's really inspiring for me and for all who are watching. So thank you for your willingness to do that and serve on this board.
Well, thank you. Thank you. Any other questions?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Thank you.
Well, as they say in Office Depot, that was easy.
The easy button? I thought that was Staples. The next one that I have here, give me 1 second. Miss Tina Freeman. Tina, come on forward. City Attorney will ask you some questions as well.
Good evening. Same 2 questions. All the information in your application is true and correct to the best of your knowledge.
Yes.
Okay, and please state for the council why you would like to serve on this board.
I've been a property owner here since 1996, my family and I, and I've lived here full-time permanently for 14 years. And I feel very invested in this community, and I like to be involved. I attend the city council meetings when I can and do what I can within the city. And I just wanted to do more now that I'm retired. Well, semi-retired. I have a little part-time job, but other than that, my children have moved away and I'm an empty nester. So I thought, to invest in the community is just so important. And I love this place so much. So that's why I volunteered to serve.
Thank you. Same thing here. Council, any questions for Ms. Freeman? I'll say the same. Thank you very much for your willingness to do this and
Mhm.
step up and help make our community better. No particular order?
No, thank you. Thank you for your
Mhm.
willingness and appreciate your energy and good luck.
Right,
Thank you.
oh, thanks. I mean, I don't have an agenda. I've served on several working boards previously. And I've just found that, I really want to build a collaboration, between the city council, the city employees and the city council, as well as the city and the community and the voters and the residents here. And I feel that's really important, is to build that collaboration so that we could have, a win-win on both sides. But also too, I find that I enjoy being a team player in jobs that I've had experience in previously. I enjoyed working on a team. And so I feel like I could be a good team player, and I'd like to build, like I said, a win-win for everybody.
Thank you, Tina, for being here, and your enthusiasm is awesome. And I like the idea of collaboration, and we count a lot on our boards to bring us ideas and different things that have to happen or need to happen in our city. So I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, having served on our association board for 8 years, you have to be a good listener, and you've got to find some common ground and bring forth and follow through is so important.
Yep.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Anybody
Councilmember
else?
Davis or Jackson?
I have a couple questions. I'm just confused. The last time you were here at council, I believe it was in March, you indicated that you had put in your application a week prior and that nobody from the city staff had called you. Do you know exactly when? I mean, the meeting was March 19th. When exactly did you put your application in?
Oh, God, I can't remember exactly that far back. I mean, I could go look through my computer.
But it was a week prior?
Yeah, I think it was the week prior, because I didn't hear about it until I went to the board meeting that you had where you honored all the advisory boards and everything. And that's when I heard about the opening. So I came home after that and started putting in my application. So whenever that event was at the Radisson, that's when I heard about the opening.
Okay, because it looks here that your application was actually received a day before the meeting. So I'm kind of confused because you were saying staff had not called you. Well, they didn't have your application to call you.
Oh, well, I dropped it off here in person. So at the window here. So
That was Friday. And so it was dated that you received it on the Monday, the 18th, the day before the meeting. So there was no way that it could have been a week ahead of time. And another question that I have.
Well, I guess I meant the week. It was the week before the meeting. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
Another question I'm kind of confused about. At that same meeting, you had mentioned that to this council that a previous council member, Angela Raymond, had called you stupid, you and a group of people as stupid.
Right, I
while
was
on
at
the
a
dust.
meeting, right.
Well, can you tell me when that was?
Gosh, it was probably 2019, 2020, when we were all, I can tell you what was happening is that we were discussing whether or not a survey should go out to the community and to get a feeling for something that we were discussing at the time. And so Councilman Morrison, he was councilman at the time, had brought up about, doing a survey. And at that time, I guess Councilwoman Raymond got very upset about spending the money for a survey and referred to the voters and the people here as being stupid. And I mean, those of us who were here in the audience, I mean, we kind of took that personally because there was a lot of, eye rolling and huffing and puffing and things like that going on that were kind of offensive.
Well,
and so that's what I was referring to, was that evening that we were having the discussion about the survey.
Well, I've gone back and I've looked at numerous city council meetings, and I have never found that being said on the dais. The one thing that was located was in 2018, which would be similar to the time frame, was mentioned in a evaluation of the city manager at the time. So unless you can specify when, I could not find,
Hmm.
through all the other meetings, I could not find where that was
Like I
set.
said, I believe it was 2019 when we were discussing, like I said, the survey,
Okay.
doing a survey among the citizens. And there was several of us who were for it, but then,
Okay,
we had one city councilman who was very vocal against it. And so there was a lot of back and forth at that point.
okay. I'll see if I can find it because I did not find the incident. Thank you.
Any other questions, Councilmember Davis?
No, I'm fine. Thank you.
Councilmember Jackson?
Hello, Ms. Freeman.
Mhm.
Tell us what you bring to this board.
Like I said, I bring experience for one. I've worked at several places. I've worked in the media with CBS. I've worked with ad agencies. And like I said, I've been a team player. And I've always found that I enjoy working together on a team and finding, cooperation and collaboration as being very important and trying to find a win-win for both sides. And I feel like I'm a good listener and I follow through. And that's been, my passion. I'm a planner. And like I said, I've been on several boards in which they were a working board, which it wasn't a kind of thing where you just show up and voted and you left. It was a working board. And we were called upon to do a lot of things from fundraising, to being very active in the community. I worked for a children's emergency shelter and was not served on that board and got that started. So I feel like I'm one of those people who jump in with both feet. And I'm definitely one who is a planner, whether it's strategically, financially, budgets, I know all about. I've done our budget for our complex for 8 years. And I feel like I can, do the job that's required of me. Definitely, like I said, being a team player is very important.
Right. And so as I look at Mr. Purvell's statement about having and needing a mission statement and, making sure that we have youth coming into our city and expanding those opportunities for them, and look at your marketing. So you've done marketing plans, you've done communications and PR and advertising.
That's correct. I've got a master's degree in communications, as well as a bachelor's from the University of Florida. And I've used that in my career. And so I'm very well equipped as far as putting together marketing plans and strategies, as well as you have to have a budget for those things. And
Absolutely.
so, yes, sharpening my pencil and getting down to brass tacks.
Very good. Thank you for coming and for offering your service and everything. And I'll pass questioning to you, Mayor.
Thank you. Tina, I just want to say thank you. I know, known you through the community from the very beginning of sort of serving the public, and you have always been serving the public like Brad in a way that you're out, you're about your comment, you get involved, you come to meetings. And so I think you bring a healthy professional background and perspective that's going to help. And I look forward to all you're going to be able to bring to make Cape Canaveral better. So thank you.
Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, so those are the two interviews that we have. The other two, are we? Yes, I think all at once. Virginia Scott, come on forward. Yes, please. For the alternates as well. 4 total.
I'm the alternate, I think.
One moment, Councilmember Willis.
Excuse me, but didn't we just find out that there was another vacancy?
Yes, the board hasn't had a chance to interview for that vacancy
Okay,
yet.
all right, thank you.
Hi.
Hi, the
Good evening, Ms.
city.
Scott. 2 questions. All the information in your application, true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, sir.
And please explain to the council why you would like to serve on this board.
I have been coming to the Cape Canaveral area since about 1993. I lived in Orlando and worked in Orlando for a number of years and lived actually in Winter Springs, worked in Orlando. And I would pull my camper over to Jetty Park. And I had a little pop-up camper that I'd pull over there, and my friends would come and with our kids, and we'd be at Jetty Park many weekends. And then a few of my friends had bought condos or houses over here through the years. And then I worked near UCF, and we had people who lived over here, especially, well, Merritt Island too, but they would come over from this area and we would come visit them. And I bought a condo here in 2012 was the first one, and then another one in 2014. And I have been coming back to the condo regularly, but we moved back in 2020 when COVID hit, because we had to work from home at that time. We were in Texas for a few years. So I saw a lot of changes during that time period, and I think what everybody has been doing is great. And I just think I have the opportunity to give some of my talents to the city. I'd like to help out if I can. And that's my motivation. I think it's really changed so much in the past 10 years even. In it's such a great way in the park, what's been going on with, even the crosswalk areas and the Friday Fest. It's just, a lot of really nice small town things, but yet a lot of sophistication lately coming to Cape Canaveral.
Thank you. Council members, any questions for Miss Virginia Scott?
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Scott, I know you're designated as the alternate role, and I know that an alternate has to keep up with everything almost as much as anybody who is sitting on the dais. So I appreciate your willingness to put in the work without necessarily being the face of it all the time. So thank you very much.
Okay.
Councilmember
I'm
Davis?
just- I'm curious,
Mhm.
you're involved with the Foster Parents Association? I think that's great.
In Texas, yeah, we were foster parents also. And we adopted a little boy who we fostered when we got him when he was 8. We could adopt him when he was 10.
I have no other questions. I was going to say thank you.
May I make,
Yes.
in the past, I've done charity events where we're collecting items for foster children because they don't have a whole lot to move from place to place. So I would love to reach out to you after this and enlist your assistance.
Okay,
Thank you.
That's a great thing done.
that's where my heart is. I was a guardian ad litem, when I was in Orlando. That was my thing. That was my where I felt I could do the most good. So no. And then I did in Texas. We did they have it's kind of like a guardian ad litem, but it's you don't have to be a member of the bar. You can be a citizen to be a guardian in Texas. So that's I've been doing it since 1990, probably 6 or 7. Thanks. Thank you. Does anybody else have any?
I'm going to check. Councilmember Jackson?
I just want to thank you for offering and stepping up to work with us here in the city. And what a lovely thing. What a kind heart you have to.
But I do play sports though. I do go to the community center.
Right. Well, we appreciate that too. And so, but wonderful things you're doing, and thank you for looking at serving your community.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, I just wanted to say thank you for
wanting to get involved in our city. And it's an awesome little city. And we look forward to you being an alternate. And I think it's great that we've decided to do the alternate this year. So we always have a board, that can meet and make decisions and send us ideas. So thank you so much.
I want to echo what everyone said. Thank you for stepping up to serve. I look forward to all that you're going to bring to help improve our community. Thank you, Virginia. Mr. James Stobie, come on forward. Last, certainly not least, City Attorney.
Good evening. All the information in your application is true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, it is.
And please explain to the council why you would like to serve on the Culture and Leisure Services Board.
Well, I'm retired and I have lived here for a while now and I love this area. I use a lot of the facilities here, the Nancy Hansen and C5, and spend a lot of time in the parks and the beach and ride my bike everywhere around here. And I really like it a lot. I do see that there's some places that could use some help. And I would like to make this community better. Instead of just sitting back and complaining about the problems, I'd rather get involved and see if we can be part of the solution instead. So I will confess I have a serious addiction to pickleball. And I'm part of the 12-step program right now to try to get through that. But I spend a lot of time, there's a huge pickleball community in Nancy Hansen. The last time we had a Christmas party, there were about 100 people in that community. And the facilities are just deteriorating rapidly. I'm part of a large organization called the Florida Pickleball League, where teams come in from other communities. And one team came in to play against us, and they looked and they said, these are the worst pickleball courts we've ever played on. And we had no response because we played at all their facilities, and they were right. These are the worst facilities of all the ones that we play with other places. So it needs a lot of work. And I would love to see not just that place, improved, but I'd like to see the entire community just get better and better. So I was here when they presented a plan for completely redoing this area with new courts and the whole area being redone. And it's a fabulous plan. I'd love to see that happen. And so if I can be on the board side of it and try to move these things forward, then I would rather do that than just sit back and watch.
Thank you. Any questions? We can go the other way. Mayor Pro Tem, you want to go first?
Oh, yes, I'm glad you're here. I'm glad you're a pickleball enthusiast. And we do need, some guidance and information and ideas for that area. So we're looking forward to you being an alternate and being part of our city. Thank you.
Thank you.
Member Jackson?
Well, I like your government and commercial contracts negotiator. That's always helpful. Anytime you have that, let me make sure I'm looking at the right.
Yeah, I'm confused by that one myself.
I am. That was Virginia. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Well, aren't you glad you have that?
That does
Sorry
not
about that.
ring a bell at all.
It doesn't ring a bell at all. Well, I'm happy that you're a pickleball player because we got tennis and we've got the pickleball players that are, and the courts were full of them the other day when I was out there.
Yeah.
So, and it's wonderful that you are looking at wanting to volunteer and work with our community. And we look forward to working with you. So thank you so much for stepping up.
Thank you.
Councilmember Willis.
Mr. Stobie, thank you for your volunteerism. As I mentioned to Ms. Scott, you're going to have to keep up with everything just as if you were sitting on the dais, and I hope that you will provide input, and I hope you're not one of those pickleballers that grows fangs.
Those fangs, yeah. Well, I'll tell you the other side of it. I played tennis my entire life, and I love tennis. And so I do understand it's kind of like sheep farmers and cattle farmers. They have, there's a lot of contention there. It's not, doesn't have to be. And I would like to see, I'd like to contribute to kind of bringing some peace between these two groups. Yeah.
Well, I didn't mean to imply that there was not.
Easy.
I didn't mean to imply that there was tension between the two groups, even though there might be, but
Yeah.
I've watched some pickleballers out there and they tend to get pretty aggressive up near the net. And I know,
That's true.
unfortunately, that was the kind of tennis player I was when,
Yeah.
and that usually meant I made a lot more mistakes, but welcome and thank you.
Yeah, that happens a lot with pickleball. Yeah, some people are overly competitive. Yeah.
Councilmember Davis?
No, I think it's funny that you say with the tensions and stuff, so maybe you can help us out, but I look forward to hearing your ideas and your, to move forward with the city. So thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Mr. Stobie, thank you very much for your willingness to step up. Loved hearing some of your comments there and bringing that perspective on your, as an alternate and even more involved in the city. I look forward to connecting with you at some point if we can as well, and appreciate everything that you're doing to help make community better. Thank you.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. That completes the interview portion of the meeting. We are at the public participation portion of the meeting. Any member of the public that would like to speak, we ask that you please fill out a speaker card. They look like this in the front. Please bring it forward and we'll make sure you're heard. And those of you who are listening online, we ask that you please raise your hand after those who have spoke here have a chance. We will go to you. We have 3 minutes here on the light in front of me. Once it's green, once it goes yellow, there's 30 more seconds. And when the light goes red, we do ask that you wrap it up. And the first card I have here, Mr. John Benton.
Okay, I'm here for my code reduction hearing that you guys don't want to give me. You didn't let me defend myself in the code enforcement hearing, and you had a deacon come in and testify that I lived in the warehouse, and you didn't let me defend myself after he testified, and you took my money. Mr. Randall's at the very first council meeting that I came to, and I told him this is what happened. He said, John, I know you don't live in the warehouse. You live on Tyler. And we're going to give you that code reduction hearing. Well, he changed his mind, and you wouldn't tell me why. Well, I was in that warehouse, and I was in there, and I was sending the email to Judge Rainwater because she helped me with some pedophiles up there in Virginia. And she got me out of jail up there because I was going to rip her face off because she wanted a name from me. And I sent her some emails to thank her. And one of the emails was, boy comes from the church to the private school. Mr. Randalls must have got information about that email and did all this harassing me living in the warehouse. I didn't live in the warehouse. Cop was renting my unit next to me that I own. Well, boy comes from the church to the private school. I didn't say what kind of school, but it was a Jew school. That's Mr. Randall's. He doesn't like somebody coming out on a Jew school. And the teacher at that school, when I went there in the 60s, he was a preacher. Unfortunately, he was a Baptist that was at a Jew school. And when in 71, when he got caught, Mrs. Weinberger owned the school. She was Jewish. She fired him. She fired him. Catholics and Baptists, they don't do that when they do that to the school. They let those guys go. If people want to sit back and knock the Jew, she fired him. She changed the name of her school. And here in 1993, I was coming forward again on that school. I came forward in 93. I couldn't do it in 1971 because I was too young. One of my classmates, Luann Polk, that lived in Winter Park, committed suicide because of that teacher. I hope she hears about this. I hope her family hears me in Winter Park, know that there is somebody here that remembers her for what that teacher and those boys did to her. And I heard that Angela Raymond's going to run against you for mayor. And I heard all the churches are going to vote you out. Well, let me tell you something. I promised Cocoa Beach up there and the cop that's up there that was renting my warehouse, I promised him that I would never, ever hold a nasty sign in front of that church. If she runs for mayor and she wins, I will put her name on a sign and I will break that promise and I will stand in front of that church. So everybody at that Catholic church that votes for Raymond, you'll see me with a sign if she wins this election. I hope you win by a landslide, Mr. Mayor. I don't want another person in here that signed a trespass order on me. You signed a trespass order on me because I held a sign out here that Judge Crawford came out of the courthouse and asked me to come here because you
Thank
caused
you.
the problems.
Tina Freeman.
Yes, it's me again. I had a question from the residents on Fillmore Avenue, and this may be more of a question for Mr. Morley, but there was a camera that was installed last Friday on a palm tree on Fillmore Avenue. And we were curious as to, and we asked the person who was installing it, he said he works for the city, and the city was installing this camera on this palm tree on Fillmore Avenue. And so we said, what other streets are they installing cameras on? And he said, this is the only one. So the residents there, they asked me when I come to the city council meeting if I would find out why the camera was installed.
Tina, if this city manager, I don't know if you want to, if you're able to
I would certainly encourage you leave your information with the city clerk and I'll have a staff member get a hold of you. I personally don't know. I don't have any knowledge about it, but we'll certainly let you know what we do know.
Oh, wow, that's interesting. Okay. But yeah, he said he was a city employee. He drove a city truck and installed a camera up on a palm tree. And it overlooks the beach boardwalk, the sea grapes, the area on Fillmore Avenue. Yeah. And we're the only street apparently. So we were just wondering why we were so special.
I have a question, if you don't mind.
Uh-huh.
Is it on it's by the beach access on Fillmore
Right,
Avenue?
It's at the very beginning of the beach access.
It's on a tree.
On a palm tree. Like
Okay.
at the end of the parking lot. The parking lot ends and there's a
Mhm.
palm tree right there and it's on that. He even trimmed the palm tree so the camera could have a clear view.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Hopefully we can get an answer to that. I appreciate it.
Yeah, well, yeah, we'd appreciate it. I know people are asking about it
Thank you.
and they come to me for some reason.
Thank you. I've got a card here from Adam Marara. The topic is an item I believe we might be taking up. I think it's Marara, am I saying that correctly? Do you intend to speak now, or would you like to speak on the non-conforming item, I believe number 12? Is it related to that item on the agenda? That's a public hearing item, and so if you're time constraint, I don't have a problem with you speaking now, but we will be taking that item up, and it is a public hearing item where we'll give another opportunity to speak if you choose. Totally up to you. Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and fly. Tamara Malbat.
Good evening, everybody. Thanks for giving me a chance to talk. And I feel like I'm beating a dead horse, so I'm going to take one more whack at it and then I'm going to let it go. I hope you don't. So we had a special meeting on 5/7/24 to talk about Fillmore and Jackson Avenue. And the city manager provided results of this investigation where we were told that on 5/24/23, Cowboy complained about rocks in the swale, when that was impossible since the gravel had not been laid until 6/5. At the conclusion of that meeting, Peg Schaller pointed out all the inconsistencies and inaccuracies in the city manager's report especially the entry regarding the rocks in the swale. On 5/21/24 at 3 hours and 21 minutes into the meeting, Brian Palmer doubles down on this and continues the false narrative on the 5/24 entries, including stating that I went into BS&A that night and I saw that on 5/24/23, a code enforcement officer entered the field notes that Cowboy Lewis had complained about the rocks in the swale. And that is impossible. It's a lie. And I want to know how he's being held accountable. On 7/10/24, there's a special meeting, and during public participation, once again, I brought this up and I really accused city staff of planting the evidence regarding the false entry. 7/16, during public participation, again asked for an explanation of the falsified report. So tonight, I want the meeting minutes to reflect that for the fourth time on 5/24/23, where's the audit trail to show when, how, and by whom this entry was made? We are all now aware that it was impossible for this to have occurred. And do you guys not realize that your official city public records have been falsified? That's a big deal, people. It's a big deal. And I want to know what you guys are going to do about finding the answers to that. But more importantly, if it happened here at 116, what other records have been falsified? And as a final note, as records to this date that has not been corrected, as the records to this date still show that there was a 5/24/23 entry, and that did not happen, and the record needs to be corrected. Thank you.
Thank you. That item is a discussion item tonight. Thank you very much. Okay, the next one is Daniel Kuhn. Hey, Daniel, come on forward.
Right, I wanted to bring some good news here this evening. Maybe bring it up a little. My wife and I have owned the lot 226 Polk over here for a number of years and been trying diligently to build our home there and move back into the Cape Canaveral area. And today we got our building permit approved. And I wanted to shout out to Mr. Morley and the staff who worked so diligently in these trying times to get that permit through for us so we can start building and move back into the community.
Thank you.
Welcome back.
Thank you very much, City Manager and supporting staff, and thank you for taking the time to share that. Good news is always nice to hear. The last card is Mr. Pat Campbell. However, it looks like, nope, this is for item 12 as well. Mr. Campbell, I assume you're gonna, okay, I think that concludes all the physical cards I have here in front of me. If anyone intended to speak or I missed your card other than the two that will be coming up for item number 12, please raise your hand or just come forward. Seeing none, I'm going online now to see if anyone intends to speak. We ask that you please raise your hand. Okay. Seeing no hands raised, we'll go ahead and close the public participation portion of the meeting. Which brings us into, if we're looking at the agenda, and we did move the post item number 1 out, so that really brings us right into the consent agenda. We are at 6:51 p.m. And so council, I think if we can get through the consent agenda item and then probably take a brief break and then come back, would that work for everyone? Okay, good deal. So consent agenda items, are there any items that the council would like to pull? I'm just going to go through. Mr. City Manager, are there any items that we need to address before we, on the consent agenda?
We've discussed each one of them with council members, and I didn't have any questions, and I didn't record any questions or comments from council members, sir.
Thank you very much.
I'll make a motion that we approve the consent agenda 2 through 10.
I'll second the motion.
Okay, got a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Kellum, got a second by Councilmember Willis to approve consent agenda items 2 through 10. Any further discussion? Seeing none, City Clerk?
Councilmember Davis?
4.
Councilmember Jackson?
4.
Mayor Pro Tem Kellum?
4.
Mayor Morrison?
4.
Councilmember Willis?
4.
All 10, or 9 items pass. I think that's a record. Proud of that. There's more good news. Okay. Well, that moved much quicker than I expected. I had an anticipation that one might be. So do we want to tackle 11? I just want to break the public hearings up, or do we want to take a quick break now and then come back? I'm fine with keep rolling.
Good.
Okay. This is the public hearing portion of the meeting. And so with that, item number 11 here is a ordinance 17-2024. City Attorney.
Ordinance number 17-2024, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Cape Canaveral, Brevard County, Florida, amending Chapter 82 Buildings and Building Regulations to adopt a local administrative amendment to the Florida Building Code to add a new city code, Section 82-149, requiring a building permit for roof coatings regulated under the Florida Building Code, providing for the repeal of prior inconsistent ordinances and resolutions, incorporation into the code severability, and an effective date. Mayor, this is second and final reading of this ordinance. There haven't been any changes since first reading. We've talked about this rather extensively. This ordinance would require a building permit for roof coatings regulated under the Florida Building Code. I'd be happy to answer any additional questions, Mayor.
Thank you, City Attorney. Council, any technical questions for City Attorney or City staff before we go to the public? And if anyone, as we're looking through this, does intend to speak, I will be open it up to the public. And for those listening online, we are on item number 11. It's a public hearing item on second and final reading, amending the Florida Building Code to add new city code requiring a building permit for roof coatings.
I'll make a motion, we adopt ordinance 17-2024.
Public hearing. Well, that's fine. We can start with the motion. Okay.
I just have a quick question. And I apologize, City Manager, I didn't catch it at the time. Didn't we, when we, on the first hearing, we discussed having, after a year, I believe it was, that we would look at the permits and that and determine if in fact they were effective, or, because I don't see that in here. So I just wanted to make sure that was, and I missed it when we had our meeting, so I apologize.
Yes, I recall there being discussion on that point of reevaluating the effectiveness of this ordinance after a year, but I don't think that made it into the motion or consensus.
Okay.
But we can certainly make consensus for staff to follow up in a year with a report.
I'm good with the follow-up. I don't know about the rest of council.
I think it would be nice to at least get the metrics on the effectiveness of it.
Yeah. So we got a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Kellum to adopt the ordinance as written. Looking for a second.
I'll second.
Second by Councilmember Willis. Councilmember Davis, any other questions?
No, I'm good. Thank you.
Any other discussion? This is a public hearing item. We're going to go out to the public, hear them, and we'll come back. Seeing none? Okay, I'm going to go ahead and open it up to the public. Item number 11, ordinance 17-2024. I don't have any cards for this particular one, but if you intend to speak, please come forward. Oh, Tina Freeman.
On our, we have a 30-unit condominium complex, and we have a metal roof, but just the elevator shaft requires the roof coating. because you can't put the metal roof on top of the elevator shaft. So with something that small, it would still require a permit for the roof coating?
Yeah, city manager?
Mayor, yes, the way this reads, that any roof coating work would require a permit.
Even for a small little elevator, okay, shaft. All right, well, good to know. I mean, because we won't be replacing our metal roof for the next 40, 50 years, but we will be adding a roof coating to the top of the elevator shaft. I mean, that doesn't last more than 10 years in this sun and heat.
Mayor, I have a thought here. When I was building official, and I don't know if it's still that way with Robert, but we used to exempt roof repairs, like replacing shingles on a house that had just a few shingles damaged. And it was always, the rule of thumb was if it's under a square, no permits required. And a square is defined as 100 square feet. So we had an exemption for, and this was an administrative exemption, and all the building departments did it, they probably still do, that any re-roofing of less than a square is maintenance and it's minor and it didn't require a permit. I'd be happy to discuss that with Robert if he's okay with that, but I think we could easily amend this to reference minor roof repair under 1 square is exempt. That's a fair point.
I think, Mr. Morley, I think that is outstanding idea because there's so many of us. I know Windjammer and the condo I used to own at Majestic Bay, several of them. I mean, we have to replace just the elevator, part of the roof more frequently, only because of the heat and the sun, and that type of thing. And then if we just get the smallest little leak that goes into the elevator shaft, we have a big problem with the water mixing with the oil, the hydraulics and everything of the elevator shaft. And so I think that's an outstanding idea as far as, because it would be a repair, right?
Okay. Any other questions, Ms. Freeman? Thank you. Any other public comments here with us today? And anyone listening online who'd like to speak, please raise your hand. We'll make sure you're heard. Seeing no hands raised, we'll go ahead and close public comment, bring it back here to the council. We got a motion to approve it as written, made and seconded. We are discussing, my only question is if an exemption or some sort of language is put in and the particular property owner wanted the permit to show certification, should we write it in a way where that would be an option if they need some sort of?
Well, the certification would be the approved building permit. As I understand it, as Ms. Jackson brought this to us, it was the fact that approved building permits were not documented is the reason why people couldn't get insurance or perhaps a discount on their insurance for the credit of having done a roof coating. So the final permit approval would be the documentation that I think any insurance would hopefully look at.
Could we write it in a way, though, if they have less than a square?
Oh, I thought you were talking about documentation for insurance. Yes, so if there is a desire to have an exception for less than 1 square of liquid applied roofing coating, I would put it under proposed section 82-149 as an exception under the statement that a building permit is required. Just put exception roof repairs under 100 square feet.
But if they chose to want to go through the permitting process, as crazy as that sounds, because the fees are not, they're very low fees. They can go through that to make sure that it's reviewed and checked. Could we write it in a way where it gives them an option? Not anything less than 100 square feet is not subject to permitted, but
may be performed without a permit.
What is that?
We could possibly put language in that says exception, any liquid applied roofing coating for a project under 100 square feet may be exempt from permitting. Does that get us there?
Would they get a permit if it was less than 100 square feet?
The building official, if the language were like that, the building official may not, what's the word I want to say here? may exempt the requirement for a permit.
Okay, so you can basically request to opt out of the permitting if you're less than
If you're
100, but
100.
it would still require some
Yeah,
sort of
yeah,
preliminary.
I don't know I don't know that 100 square feet of a job or less would actually be of any benefit to anybody for insurance perspective.
Thank you. Yes, Councilmember Jackson.
I wanted to see if it's appropriate for me to ask Tina a question about this. Since she was a president of her condo association for a long time, she might be able to give us a little bit of insight on this.
I don't have an
Okay.
issue. Come on forward.
So, Ms. Freeman, when you went to find out about your insurance for your condo complex, how do they evaluate your elevator shaft and the roof? Was there anything in your policy requirements that could cause a problem for?
No, I mean, the only thing that was required was that it had a yearly inspection.
Okay.
And was, approved yearly inspection that
Now-
was certified, yeah.
In the yearly inspection, was the roof part of that?
No,
Okay.
the roof was not part of that. And I mean, with so many elevator shafts around here, they pretty much all have a coated, ceiling, a roof, I mean. And because, there aren't really shingles, on a lot
Right.
of these elevators on the roofs, nor, especially not metal either. But they usually do. I've owned 3 condos here, and yeah, they've all been,
They usually
coated.
have either membrane and coating.
Right.
Well, thank you so much. I appreciate that. That I wanted to know, because if it was an insurance requirement where they're looking at the roof, or the inspector is looking at the roof
Right.
as an elevator inspector, then that would make a
Right.
difference on this.
Yeah, and the only thing they're looking for is that inspection and that certification.
Okay.
So you saw the concern I had. Really, I think, and Councilmember Willis are much better to weigh in on what I was bringing up. And if
I
it's
do
not
believe
needed.
the new SERS report does require the roof to be inspected and replaced. They're looking at permitting for those. So the new SERS report is a lot more stringent. I don't know when your experience was, but I know that the SERS report, the SERS requirement for condominiums now is much more involved than it was in the past, and it's quite a problem. So I think the amendment that we're talking about is appropriate, but condos need that permitting for their insurance reasons. So, at least that's my experience with our condo association, so.
Mayor Pro Tem, Councilmember Davis, any questions, comments? City Manager?
So if the council so desires, we could put in an amendment under 82-149 that just says, exception liquid applied roofing coating of areas of less than 100 square feet.
Do you feel that's necessary?
Can we just, and I understood, as Councilmember Willis said, with the SERS, it's really, really pretty stringent. But could we put is optional for that size? Because optional would mean that they can choose to get it if they need to prove it through their inspection process with their insurance company or the milestone.
Not sure
I
how to
don't know
word
if that would
Anthony. Maybe you
work.
have some thoughts on wording that.
Sticking with the 100 square foot issue?
I believe so, yes.
Yes.
And you can add a sentence that says the property owner may opt out of this permit requirement for roof coatings of less than or equal to 100 square feet, something like that.
I think, that 10 by 10 area is not going to be a full roof anyway, so.
Right. 100 square feet or less would
Yeah.
probably be better.
Yeah.
Property owner may opt out of this permit requirement for areas 100 square feet or less.
That's consistent with roofing permits in general.
That would, I think, get it done.
I think that covers anyone that might need it for insurance reasons, so.
Okay, any further discussion? So we've got a motion on the floor.
Need a
To
motion
amend
to
it?
amend the main motion.
So I'm looking for a motion to amend the main motion.
I'll make a motion to amend the main motion to put in the verbiage that we just discussed in regards to permits on 100 square feet or 10 by 10 spaces or less.
I'll second the motion.
Okay. Got a motion to amend the main motion by Councilmember Davis and a second by Councilmember Willis. And
That was Councilmember Jackson.
I'm so, what did I say?
You said
Davis.
me. It's Jackson.
So Davis, Jackson
Council,
made the motion.
yeah. Yes.
Councilmember Willis seconded.
Thank you. City Clerk, are we?
We're clear.
Thank you. Any further discussion on the motion to the main motion, that little amendment we talked about? Seeing none, call the roll.
Councilmember Davis?
4.
Councilmember Jackson?
4.
Mayor Pro Tem Kellum?
4.
Mayor Morrison?
4.
Councilmember Willis?
4.
Motion to the main motion passes 5-0. We've already got. Any further discussion on the main motion? Seeing none, City Clerk?
Councilmember Davis?
4.
Councilmember Jackson?
4.
Mayor Pro Tem Kellum?
4.
Mayor Morrison?
4.
Councilmember Willis?
4.
Motion passes 5-0.
Mayor, we'll get that revised and over to you for signature, and I also record consensus for reporting in 12 months.
Excellent. Thank you both very much. And City Clerk, good on that one? Excellent. It's 7:09 p.m. Let's take a break here before item number 12, 10 minutes, and we can come back. Sounds good? 7:20?
Thank you.
Okay, we'll reconvene at 7:20.
I figured, I wasn't expecting him when they said he was shot that many times.
All righty.
But I wasn't expecting him either.
All righty. It is 7:21. We are call the meeting back to order, reconvening here after a brief break and concluding item number 11, public hearing item. We're heading into item number 12. However, is anyone still here awaiting the official appointment, Resolution 2024-05, item number 14 on the agenda for the Culture and Leisure Services Board and our alternates? Anyone here is awaiting that? If so, City Manager.
Yeah, I mentioned to the mayor during the break that the reason this wasn't in consent, the resolution appointing those members, is because there were 5 interviewees for 4 seats. Today, we learned that one of those interviewees withdrew her application, so there were only 4 interviewees for 4 seats. This would have normally fallen under consent agenda, and you wouldn't have to stick around to the end of the night for this. So it is an item for action scheduled for item 14. Mayor and I were talking about the possibility of being considerate to those applicants to move that up into public hearings, if that's okay, just to dispense with it so they could and do something else with their evening if they wanted to.
Okay, council. City Attorney, I believe we can just proceed. We should to item 14. Sure. Council, we're okay with starting with number 14. We'll come back to 12 right after. This is resolution number 2024-05, appointing members and alternates to the Culture and Leisure Services Board of the City of Cape Canaveral. There's not any, we can start with a motion. Now, should these all go together at one, or do we recommend we got to break them up? Okay, so we have the resolution 2024-05.
I think the recommendation of staff is to fill in the blanks. So as I understand it, the 2 permanent appointments would be for, in section 2 would be Brad Purvell and Tina Freeman, and then the 2 alternates would be under section 3, Virginia Scott and James Stobie.
Thank you very much. Okay, so if council wants to make a motion with all 4 names, Mr. City Attorney, that'd be okay?
Yes, sir.
All at once?
Yep.
Okay.
I'll make a motion that we adopt Resolution 2024-05 with Brad Purvell, Tina Freeman, and alternates Virginia Scott and Jamie Stobie.
I'll second that motion.
Got a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Kellum and a second by Councilmember Jackson. Any discussion on this? City Clerk?
Councilmember Davis? 4. Councilmember Jackson?
4.
Mayor Pro Tem Kellum?
4.
Mayor Morrison?
4.
Councilmember Willis?
4.
All right, resolution 2024-05 passes 5-0, and congratulations to all the new appointed members. We're looking forward to all that can come from those efforts. So back to item number 12, public hearing item here. This is ordinance number 18, 2024. City Attorney.
Okay, this is ordinance number 18-2024, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Cape Canaveral, Florida, amending section 110-196 of the City Code regarding non-conforming lots of record in single-family dwellings and duplexes, providing for the repeal of prior inconsistent ordinances and resolutions, incorporation into the code, severability, and an effective date. This is second and final reading of this ordinance. It's also a public hearing item. There have not been any changes to this ordinance since first reading. and I'm available to answer any other questions. However, I understand there's several people that want to speak on this item. So just prior to this meeting, I whipped up a PowerPoint presentation, and with the council's permission, I'd like to just go over this ordinance one more time.
Council,
Please.
city attorney, floor is yours.
Okay, hold on.
Madam City Clerk.
I'm trying. Sorry. Well, it's going to have to go that way.
Slide sorter,
Excuse me?
slide sorter.
Slides what?
If you go down to the lower right.
Enable
Where it shows
editing. And then click the presenter mode in the bottom right.
I'm lost.
To click enable editing
Oh, got it. Okay.
and then slide sorter. So you said it's down here in the bottom right somewhere.
One more over.
One more over.
No.
To the far right.
There we go.
Go back to this one right there.
Got it.
Boom.
It's not doing it. So you have to.
Yeah. We usually turn them into
Mr.
PDFs.
City attorney for putting this together. Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome.
I haven't seen it yet, but I'm.
There we
I
go.
do appreciation for you to,
Okay.
to do it. I do. Thank you.
Yeah, I don't know either.
I can see that for what it's worth.
Sorry, guys. Didn't know this was going to be.
I think that's just for.
Yeah.
Go back to PowerPoint.
3 dots at the bottom on the right, I think.
Is that it?
No, I'm sorry.
Oh.
Well, I guess we can maybe go with that.
Okay.
If
Sorry.
Can everybody read that? I mean.
I can.
Yeah.
All right, so
It's been a while.
why don't we go to the first slide? Okay, so everybody can read that? Okay. All right, so this ordinance proposes amending 110-196 called non-conforming lots of record. As I noted at the last meeting, this code provision has been in the code for quite a number of years. And this code allows in any zoning district in which single-family dwellings or duplexes are permitted, a single family dwelling unit or a duplex may be erected, expanded, or altered on any single lot of record, notwithstanding or even though such lot fails to meet the requirements for area, width, and/or depth for the applicable zoning district. Now, the next sentence says that this provision only applies when the yard dimension requirements, other than the area, width, and/or depth, conform with the city code and applicable land development regulations. So that's what this code provides. And the most crucial point is it has to be a single lot of record. And we talked about at the last meeting that a single lot of record is a lot that is approved by the city council in accordance with the subdivision regulations. Next slide. So the meaning of 110-196 first deals with non-conforming lots of record. Those were lots that were subdivided with the approval of the city, and I put or the county because there are some lots within the city that were approved by the county before the city's incorporation in 1962. but they fail, again, to meet the current minimum size regulations in the zoning code, area, width, and depth. And now, again, if you have a lot of record and it doesn't comply with area, width, and depth, and it's been approved by the city council under the subdivision regulations, a property owner can build a single-family dwelling or a duplex. It can expand a single-family dwelling or duplex, or alter a single-family dwelling or duplex on that lot of record. Now, if the zoning district allows for single-family dwellings or duplexes, and two, the dwelling or duplex complies with yard dimensions and other applicable land development regulations. So that's the current code. City Council initiated a review and evaluation and a creation of an ordinance to address situations where an existing single-family dwelling or duplex has been constructed on a lot that was not approved. And I emphasize not approved in accordance with the city's subdivision regulations or the county, in like at Avon by the Sea. So, next slide. The changes that are proposed, first and foremost, is the change to the title of section 110-196. So that title reflects that this section only applies to single-family dwellings and duplexes. The only, looking at just non-conforming lots of record is not as explanatory as it should be, because this whole section 110-196 only applies with respect to single-family dwellings and duplexes. So that was that change. Next slide. The other change proposed by this ordinance is to add clarification regarding yard dimensions. Like, what are yard dimensions? Well, yard dimensions are currently addressed in each residential zoning district where single-family dwellings and duplexes are permitted. So for clarification purposes, this ordinance proposes to explicitly reference by name in the 110-196 what yard dimensions are. So you will see some text added to include minimum lot coverage, minimum living area, maximum height, and setbacks. So when this code refers to yard dimensions, that's what it means: minimum lot coverage, minimum living area, maximum height, and setbacks. So some language is being proposed to be added to be explicit on what yard dimensions are. Next slide. The next provision that's added to this ordinance is clarifying what is currently allowed. And there's language being added that existing one-story single-family dwellings may be expanded or altered to add a second story or ground floor addition of habitable space if the expansion or alteration is in compliance with yard dimensions. Today, if there is a single-family home on a lot of record, if it doesn't meet the area width or of the existing code, even today, someone can add a second story to the home. They can alter or expand the home, provided that the expansion or alteration complies with yard dimensions. That is allowed today. So additional languages are added to clarify that that is allowed today. And these clarifications regarding yard dimensions and this provision that's up on the screen is added for clarity in the application of this ordinance, giving staff clear direction, because questions have arose over time regarding how this section is interpreted, and this adds the clarity as to its current meaning. So next slide. The next proposed change in this ordinance is a change that's recommended by the Planning and Zoning Board addressing a specific request of a property owner. And I think that property owner may be here today. I recognize his face, so he'll state his case. And the proposed change adds a provision that would allow a second story of habitable space within an existing single-family home footprint, even though the existing building footprint does not currently conform to the minimum lot coverage, minimum living area, and setback requirements. However, if this provision were to pass, the second story still must, of course, comply with the maximum height requirements in the zoning district. So this is a property owner specific request to the Planning and Zoning Board. The Planning and Zoning Board considered it and passed along a recommendation to add this provision. Now, keep in mind, as I mentioned in the previous slide, if you have an existing single-family home on one of these lots, you can still add a second story provided that it meets all the yard dimension requirements. You can even expand the single-family home today, but on a lot of record. But this adds an additional provision that when you have an existing single-family home with a certain already defined building footprint, if it doesn't conform to minimum lot coverage, minimum living area, and setback requirements, they can still add a second story, but it has to stay within the existing footprint, which already exists today. So they can't expand the second story beyond the existing footprint. Everything has to be within the existing footprint. And again, that's a property owner request. The next slide, please. I think this is the last slide. This is the situation involving, illegally subdivided lots, meaning lots that exist today, or parcels that exist today, where there is an existing single-family home or duplex today, even though that parcel was not approved in accordance with the city's or the county's subdivision regulations. These parcels are not considered lots of record under the city code. So they're not technically authorized to obtain a building permit. However, the facts remain that an existing single-family home or duplex exists on a certain number of parcels in the city that were not approved as developable parcels or lots under the city's subdivision regulations. So what this ordinance does for those parcels with an existing single-family home or duplex, it deems those parcels of land a single lot of record. And what that does is that then technically allows those single lot of records with existing single-family homes or duplexes to come into the building department and request a building permit to maintain, alter, expand, or reconstruct that single-family home or duplex. And the proposal is in accordance with this section, which I previously went over. So this last part here, the amendment to the code, was intended to address the primary concern that the city council had last year when it initiated this evaluation and endeavor. So, hopefully, that helps, but those are the proposed changes that are recommended in this ordinance by the Planning and Zoning Board. So I'd be happy to answer any questions at this time, or whether you just want to go out and get public input. It's up to the council.
City Attorney, thank you very much for putting this together. Council, do we have any questions for him? And hopefully, if we need to come back to this as a to clarify as a resource. We have it on hand here.
Yeah, it'll be a good reference point to discuss.
Thank you. Any questions for him before we go public comment? Yes, Councilmember Jackson.
So city attorney, with an existing lot of record, if we had someone that built a non-conforming structure on a non-conforming lot of record, would it become existing once it was built if the permit was allowed? I'm going to tell you where I'm coming from on this, because I'm having problems with, I've been trying to find the older versions of this ordinance for non-conforming lots of record. And the reason being is because we're not defining a list of properties. We're making this blanket ordinance, and that worries me because whatever revisions happened, if someone built and they didn't build to code at that time, then it would be a situation where their structure was not supposed to have been built if the ordinance was already in place. So my question is, if we do this, is this going to put us in a situation where people will be able to just build whatever size or whatever and going forward? I mean, because the definition of existing lot of record, I mean, to me, it would make sense, or I'm confused. I want to know, because I know there's a need for this. We want people's properties to be covered if something happened and they built in the 50s and it wasn't to our code now, for example. But once code is voted on or defined, then anything built after that, should it be included in this type of ordinance? I guess this is the question I have, city attorney, because I'm like, this is like just open for every lot in the city, correct?
If you're referring to a parcel of land that has not been approved by the city council in accordance with the subdivision regulations, and are you referring to an illegal, I would call them an illegally subdivided lot? Is that what you're referring to?
Well, that or any type of illegal building. You know, if I went in and I had a lot and I did not build to code after the initial code enforcement ordinance, which is the one I've been reading is ordinance 17, 2006. So I know that we've probably gone through multiple changes over the years since the 50s and 60s, right? So what was the last version that we had? And are the properties that we are looking at, were they built after that last version to where they're non-conforming at this point? Or were they built before we even had an ordinance? So to me, it depends on the date of the ordinance, when it was adopted, and what was adopted at the time. So what I'm worried about is, are we opening everything up for a blanket situation where people can just go forward pretty much building what they want, and as soon as they build it, it becomes a lot, non-conforming lot of record?
All right, so I think what you're saying is you're addressing the whole lot of record issue, okay? I mean, there's a difference between the lot of record issue and like a non-conforming structure, okay? So with respect to setting the lot of record under the code, it requires city council approval to approve that lot, okay? The only thing this ordinance addresses with respect to lots of record is that for those properties with an existing single-family home or duplex, all right, that if they have an existing single-family home or duplex and the parcel of land has not been approved as a lot of record by the council, okay, this ordinance would deem that parcel with the existing single-family home or duplex a lot of record.
Okay,
Okay.
so,
Now, if your concern is, going forward beyond today, okay, we could add language to that section to state that the existing single-family dwelling or duplex on the date that this ordinance is adopted, if you have an existing single-family home or duplex on the date that the ordinance is adopted, that parcel is deemed a lot of record. Okay, so then that existing single-family home or duplex can be afforded the ability to pull a building permit to do alterations, maintenance, et cetera, et cetera. So we could add that clarity if your concern is that it might be open-ended regarding.
and that's the thing, because normally when you look at an ordinance like this, once the date of the ordinance occurs, if it defines the lot of record and what can be built on it based on setbacks and easements and all of that, if we don't, it's defined. So what we're doing is trying to deal with lots that were not defined. And I don't want people going in and splitting things up and then just building whatever going forward. And once they built it, now they're an existing non-conforming lot of record. And so to me, if we're going to do that, that's just open-ended, and we might as well just put up a sign, hey, build what you want. And to me, it's hard to understand how we got here with the ordinances that are there. And my main goal is make sure that they can rebuild if a storm came through, make sure the ones that were built back in the day on these non-conforming lots have the ability to rebuild if we had storm damage and things like that. But I don't want to open-end everything to where we end up going forward with an issue. I mean, that's my feedback.
Thank you. I took some notes there. Any other questions or concerns at this time before we go to public comment?
Mr. excuse me,
Councilmember Ward.
Mr. City Attorney, as I heard Councilmember Jackson mention existing lots of record, if someone wanted to split it, they would have to come before council in order to get that lot split, would they not?
Yes.
So nobody is just going to go and build something or build two homes on an existing lot of record without the city knowing. Well, otherwise they will be non-conforming in all manner going forward. Right, okay.
Great.
But I mean, we have lots that were split that we weren't aware.
Yeah.
And so we want to make sure that we're consistent in doing what we're supposed to do so that it's not just because we had them. We had that happen. It shouldn't
Well,
have, but it did.
and that's the point in subparagraph B of the proposed amendment, is that we have parcels of land that have not been approved by the city council under the subdivision regulations that have existing single-family homes and duplexes. So I thought that the primary concern from council way back when was to evaluate ways to help these property owners pull building permits to make whatever, maintenance, repairs, or alterations or modifications that they would be allowed to do if those parcels were originally approved by the city council as developable lots. And that's what subparagraph B is doing. I think Councilwoman Jackson, your comment about, all right, maybe we just take a snapshot in time on the date of adoption and address those situations with existing single-family homes and duplexes on those parcels on the date of adoption would cut off a similar benefit if it, in the future, for other, like you had mentioned, people perhaps building on parcels of land that weren't approved by the council. They would not be afforded, the benefits under this ordinance. So, I mean, I personally think that would be a good addition, at least just for today or at the time of adoption, take that snapshot in time.
Well, and
hopefully we wouldn't have to address this again in the future.
Well, and that's what my thought is. I mean, we're paying a lot of taxpayers' dollars to have these meetings and try to get this right. And for me, I'm worried about as I'm looking at what we had in place in the past, I'm trying to see how did we get here, right? And I just want to make sure that we're taking care of the issue for the future. Okay.
Thank you.
I'm sorry.
Council, any other questions at this time? I've got a few, but nothing technical. Again, thank you, City Attorney, for putting that together. Let's go to the public if we're okay with that. We got 2 cards. We can bring it back and discuss it. First card I have is Adam Marara. If you don't mind, please state your name and address. Public hearing. Thank you.
My name is Adam Marara. My address is 212 Adams Avenue, Cape Canaveral, Florida.
Thank you.
So first of all, I appreciate your time. I'd like to speak to you guys about these non-conforming issues that are facing property owners in Cape Canaveral right now. Like I said, my name is Adam Marara. I've been a 21-year resident of Cape Canaveral. I purchased 212 Adams Avenue from the original family who built that property back in 1959, the Gilfillans, by private mortgage in 2004, and then refinanced it and paid them off in 2007. It's been my primary residence ever since. The property was built in 1959 and is considered a non-conforming property, not only the property itself, but the lot. It's like the majority of Avon by the Sea. So I've spoken to members of City Council, I've spoken to members of the P&Z Board, city staff members, and the majority of the time when I speak to you guys, I hear goals of Cape Canaveral are to improve and beautification of the city through low-impact methods of development, to keep families here in Cape Canaveral, I've heard that a couple times at this meeting tonight, and to limit the amount of Airbnbs and short-term rentals. I've heard that a couple times tonight. I'm here to tell you that this blanket zoning that currently covers the city in the residential areas is actively prevents these goals from happening or severely inhibits these goals from happening. I'm going to use my property as an example. So built in 59, I have a 50-foot wide lot with a 6-foot setback to the east and a 5.5-foot setback to the west. Current code requires a 60-foot wide lot with 8-foot setbacks. My family would like to improve this property by adding a second story, which is a low-impact method of development. We'd like to keep the home period correct, to keep the aesthetic of the neighborhood we love. We don't want to knock our home down and build a big stucco monstrosity that belongs in a planned community like Vieira or somewhere else. We like the way our neighborhood looks. That's part of the charm of living in Cape Canaveral. So we've worked with the city on several different plans and ideas over the last 24 months, altering it each time to try and conform to the current city zoning laws or codes. Finally finding a plan that we thought would work because it doesn't expand our footprint, nor does it expand any non-conforming features. Unfortunately, this has been an exercise in futility. I've been recently informed that due to the non-conforming status of my property and based off the current language in our city code, that a non-conforming property is not allowed any expansion despite not expanding the current footprint or non-conforming features. And a variance is not allowed or appropriate for this situation.
Mr. Murray, let me just pause. Would you like a little bit more time? I can.
Please.
Council, are we okay? Couple more minutes?
Yeah.
Is that
just
suitable? Thank
probably
you.
2 minutes, maybe max.
Thank you.
Because the city code was written with no foresight or consideration for these non-conforming properties, the city is denying any avenue of relief for these non-conforming property owners, which goes against my rights as a property owner in the state of Florida. I'm sure council members are aware of the Florida State Constitution. And in that Florida State Constitution, there's a homeowner bill of rights. Number 7 on that homeowner bill of rights states that the property owner has a right to relief or payment of compensation when a new law, rule, regulation, or ordinance of that state or political entity unfairly affects that property. So I want to know where the relief is for the non-conforming property owners. Is it fair? The answer is there is no relief that's happening right now. Is it fair to impose modern requirements on a home and lot that were zoned in 1959? Is it fair to govern those properties with planning and zoning that did not take them into account or give them any consideration? I mean, I'll give you an example. After 2004, the Florida Building Code requires all doors and windows to be protected with impact-rated systems. Did the state of Florida or the city of Cape Canaveral come knocking at my door, my house that was built in 1959, and make me upgrade all my windows and doors? No, they did not do that, because they don't make homes, older homes, retrofit to conform current standards, because that just would not be fair. So this council should follow the lead set by the Planning and Zoning Board, who voted unanimously to pass this ordinance. Without relief, you'll see more families leave or just not consider Cape Canaveral as an option, further endangering the future of our only elementary school, Cape View Elementary. More developers will be knocking down these homes to put up as many units as possible to fill them with short-term rentals, ruining the aesthetic of the neighborhood and doing it with high development or high impact development methods. Without the passage of this ordinance, I'm really only left with 2 options. Number 1 is to move my family out of Cape Canaveral. Number 2 is to sue the city for violating my rights as a property owner, both of which are horrible options. I don't want to move my family, and I don't want an adversarial relationship with a city that I love. So I encourage council to take action by passing this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. This is a public hearing item. I do have a second card, and if anyone else would like to speak, Mr. Pat Campbell, please come forward, and you can make sure you at least leave a card with us if you come up before filling one out. And those of you listening at home, if you'd like to speak, we do ask here in a moment, once we finish here, you to raise your hand, and we'll make sure you get unmuted and heard. Mr. Campbell.
Pat Campbell, 307 Surf Drive, Cape Canaveral. Before I get started, I want to clarify one thing that the city attorney said. I want to make sure I understood. Did you indicate that planning and zoning added the second story clause to the ordinance?
Let me clarify, maybe I didn't misspeak, but the Planning and Zoning Board recommended the second story with respect to the non-conforming situation. So that existing building footprint provision was added at the Planning and Zoning Board's recommendation. And then, as I noted, second stories are currently allowed under the city code for those conforming with the yard dimensions. That's not changing, but there's additional language being added to explicitly recognize what's allowed for those.
Yeah, I'm probably just not grasping it, but my question was, did you indicate planning and zoning added the paragraph about second stories?
Yes, in the existing building footprints for those non-conforming situations, which.
So they added that to what was provided to them to review?
I can't recall the sequence. I just remember him speaking, and then they wanted language added to the ordinance to address his situation. But I can't even remember, frankly, Mr. Campbell, I can't remember if we consider this ordinance 1 time, 2 times, 3 times before Planning and Zoning Board at this point.
Okay, thank you. So I have provided 2 sets of my thoughts, my objections, my opinions on this ordinance. And I most recently, for this meeting, provided for the record my objections to, and I also provided that same sheet to all the council members. So I won't go over, I don't have time to go over everything that I wrote, but I do want to point out a couple of my main points. And I think it's already been made. One of my points is the ordinances already allow everything that we're talking about to be done anyway. So in addition to that, Mr. Willis's original request to staff was to go give some recommendations on a problem that even I recognize exists. People have built on lots that are not recognized by the city. The original task was to go ahead and recognize lots that have existing homes as have the city recognize them as lots of record. That was the original tasking. And then it blew up into this, which has things in it that weren't even the original tasking. In fact, only one small part answers Mr. Willis's question.
Mr. Campbell, I think you need more time.
Yeah, can I have a couple more minutes?
Just same approach. Are we okay, council? Extending,
Okay.
please.
The part that it talks about is listed as B on any developed non-vacant parcel of land does not constitute a lot of record, but upon which an existing single-family dwelling or duplex was issued a certificate of occupancy by the city or county. You're going to recognize that as meeting all the requirements to exist. That was the original. And I'll take it back to Mr. DeChristler's 30 lots that he said were non-conforming. He had a very particular reason why he's pointing that out. But I've been asking all along, did that happen? Did they build without, did they get a certificate of occupancy for property that the city didn't recognize? That's 30 of ever how many it is that we're talking about. And I say that because I don't know how many we're talking about. And the city hasn't demonstrated any ability to provide that information. So a lot of what's in here is based on being able to identify if the lot is not recognized by the city. So there needs to be some specificity put in here. This needs to be done through workshops. People that are affected need to hear this and get back to the original request for staff, and that's go fix the properties that we absolutely can determine have structures built on them, homes that were not recognized by the city that got certificate of occupancies. That's what the original tasking was. And this misses the point on that. And then I added some other things in there about expanding nonconformances. The city essentially is buying off on the fact that if you're nonconformant, you can go ahead and build on it and increase the conformant. So I don't have time to go through everything that I wrote, but I would encourage you to at least address the things that I wrote. Give me an answer. Either I'm right or I'm wrong. And it should be fairly easy to demonstrate whether I'm just full of it or whether I'm pointing out things that need to be reviewed. And I think they need to be reviewed, not in this venue, but in a forum where you have the time to go through the details and understand the consequences of this action. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak, please come forward, raise your hand. Seeing none, looking online. Public hearing item. Okay, seeing no hands raised, we'll go ahead and close public participation or the public hearing. Back to the council. We had some questions asked in the beginning. Following up after the presentation, we've heard the public comments. I want to just, I think at this point, say that I think everyone, there's concern, the same concerns, I think, an urgency to pass it, and the same concerns to not necessarily not just, not tonight, move in a different way, and the concerns I heard Councilmember Jackson and the original scope, all of it brings up some concerns. And so the original necessity and scope of this whole thing, the original ask, has sort of creeped or expanded. And when I went through and I read Mr. Campbell's comments that were provided, I also read Mr. DeChristopher's comments, both sets of Mr. Campbell's on first reading and second. I had a chance to meet with the city manager, and we didn't get too deep, but it's a lot. And I think that being able to identify the properties is really important, because when I read this ordinance, just kind of taking it at a high level, if we go to page 1 of 5 in the whereas statements on the first page of the ordinance, this is what we're going to vote on. Line 34 says, whereas the city council finds that over the course of several decades, there are numerous instances within the city where a certificate of occupancy was issued or authorized by the city for the construction of an existing single-family dwelling or duplex on a parcel of land that was not approved as a developable lot of record in accordance with the subdivision of land regulations in the city. This statement, whereas the city council, that's us, finds that over the course of several decades, there are numerous instances. One of the things that jumped out to me was that the cities, we are saying this, and this very well might be true, but I have not reviewed any properties or have any examples and further the questions that I believe Mr. Campbell asked for in response to the properties that Mr. DeChristopher listed and provided in the last meeting. I don't know where we are with that, but I think that's a really good start, because for us to make an informed vote on this, it really helps to see how big the problem is. And I don't think we understand. Tonight we heard some comments from Mr. Marara pushing this forward, and I think that he has some good points, but I want to learn a little bit more about what happened there. And I think that the idea of a workshop could be really good for this. And how do we connect with some of the property owners who will be affected by this and get them in there? Because it's really hard to see this without seeing the properties and all the different circumstances that I think that this could bring up. And so it to me, that's sort of where I am at this point. I've got some other concerns in it that were raised, but if we do need, I think, item number 4 in Mr. Campbell's letter is, can we determine or quantify the affected properties referenced? I think that's really important so that we understand the problem. And I think that we can keep that sentence in the whereas, but I have a hard time approving this tonight, that when it says over the course of several decades, there are numerous instances, and I really haven't had a chance to see kind of one play out. If there's people not being able to get permits, I want to learn a little bit more about that. If they're being told, that they need to go somewhere else, that's not what I've seen. I've seen emails where our city staff is working with them and get them here, but, I'm not aware of any variances or things like that not being an option really for anyone. And so if that's, or the special permit process that was mentioned as well, which really brings back to that statement of, do we have the ordinance today, which from my understanding, before someone has really the two options, move away or sue the city, that's what we heard today. I don't think those are the only two options. I think the council should look at every option available for him, and that's why a workshop, I think seems really appropriate. And the reason on final point is I don't think this is one of those things where we have a large quantity of people who are suffering, if you will. But if Mr. Moreira is one, it sounds like, who is in that category, I think we should address that quickly. And while this language might be a good option for that property, I think the anxiety comes in on all the variety of different properties out there that this could fit into. And so the task was to I think, go back and look at, I think, options. And that's important to state that we've been presented an option and a recommendation today, but I'm not sure that this is a wise next step without workshopping it, because this is sort of like an at-large, same impacts of when we did workshop, zoning changes and things like that. So I think we should insert a step before we push this across the line to do it right. And if I've got other questions throughout the letter that I think we need to talk through. And I agree, I don't think tonight's the time to do those. And so with that, I would like to see us consider moving this and workshopping the item before passing tonight. So thank you. If there's any other comments at this time? Yes, Mayor Pro Tem Kellum.
Yeah, I just have a few things. I think, this was approved by the Planning and Zoning Board. And we don't know how many properties are out there, but Mr. DeChristopher identified 30. We heard from an owner tonight about his property. And I think because of councils in the past that have done special exemptions, special variances, that's how we got to where we are, by special exceptions and different things. I think there are some questions, but I think this is pretty comprehensive on protecting the people's houses. And, if something happened here, we had a horrible hurricane, how would all these people be affected? I just think it's something that we need to move on. And like Kyle said, a lot of the people don't even know that they have a non-conforming. So, how would we contact them if they don't even know to have a workshop? I think this is a way for us to promote families, like Mr. Murray. And to me, it's happening in our neighborhood, Harbor Heights, where they're just bulldozing houses and putting up horrible houses. Well, no, they're beautiful, but they don't fit into the character of the city. And they're putting short-term rentals in there. And we're on the edge of losing our school. So we want to promote families, and we want them to have the ability to add a two-story for a growing family here in our city. I just think, I've read through what Mr. Campbell said. There's a lot of good points in there, but I think this is pretty comprehensive. I like the idea of adding the date, of when this would be effective. But I just think it's really important to our city. And I can't see anybody being against it, because it's protecting their property and their ability to, renovate their property, make it better, make it look better. my house was built in 1963. I don't have that problem because I have a big lot in Harbor Heights, but, on Adams Avenue and a lot of the other ones, they're small lots. But to see them improve their property, I think would be an asset to the city. That's all.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilmember Davis.
Yes, I concur exactly what Mayor Pro Tem has said. I think it's beneficial that we move forward. Planning and zoning said we should move forward. So I'd like to make a motion to adopt number 18-2024. Do I need section 11096? 196?
Is that with the proposed amendment to add a date to subparagraph B, the adoption date?
I'm
I'd
sorry.
like for everybody to have a chance to discuss it first. I don't think everyone has had a chance to speak. Councilmember Jackson?
Yeah, I had one.
Well, I'd still like to
Others?
put the motion on the table.
Sure, I'm just
With the-
clarifying, I think that makes a lot of sense.
With the addition of the adoption
With
date.
the addition, please. Thank you.
So
I'll second.
Okay, got a motion by Councilmember Davis, second by Mayor Pro Tem Kellum. City Attorney, City Clerk, is that clear? Any clarifying?
I understand that the motion is to approve the ordinance as presented with the inclusion of an adoption date to subparagraph B.
Yes, thank you.
Up for discussion and whatever you all want to do.
Great. Thank you. Councilmember Jackson.
Well, and like I said, I'm all for protecting people's property. We need to do that. We need to be able to, have Mr. Moore, I heard you in the P&Z meeting, and you need to be able to expand your place. But can we go ahead and vote on this tonight? And city manager, could we obtain the properties so that we have a reference to them for which ones are non-conforming now? And maybe the dates of their build, so that we have that document for the city for going forward? Or would we need that, city attorney?
Well, I think the focus of this ordinance to add the protections for those parcels that have not been approved is not so much on whether or not the parcel whether or not there's an existing single-family home or
Right.
as of the date of adoption of this ordinance adopted. That's the focus. I think staff had told you that it would be a yeoman's task for the city, staff to go out there and actually identify whether a parcel has been developed on that wasn't approved by the city council. However, as the mayor noted, there is a recital. We are aware of 30 that Mr. DeChristopher pointed out in that neighborhood. And those have existing single-family homes or duplexes that go from, my understanding of the building records, according to the property appraiser's website, from 1979 through maybe 2016-ish. These homes or duplexes were constructed on those. And then Avon by the Sea, of course.
Right.
Platted by the county, those lots do not conform.
Okay. Thank you.
That's about the extent of I don't want to speak out of turn, Kyle.
No, yeah, that's correct. I mean, we basically would have to go through manually on the property appraiser to really, manually go through every single property. And we're a small city, but we're not that small. So it would be difficult to identify each one, manually.
Okay, thank you.
I have another question. So if I owned a lot right now that was non-conforming, as of this, as we pass this, if we pass it, with the effective date, so then I have a non-conforming lot, I will not be able to build on that without it being approved. From this point on, we're not going to let people build on non-conforming.
A lot of record. I mean, there are non-conforming lots.
But they are of record.
that they are of record have been approved by the city or the county. They just don't comply with the area width and or depth, all right? So those would be non-conforming, as I noted in my slide presentation, because they were approved, but they don't comply with existing regulations. So those are non-conforming lots of record.
Okay, got it.
Those non-conforming lots of record today have the benefit of being able to build a single-family dwelling or a duplex upon that lot of record, and they can expand and alter their home or duplex on that lot of record, provided that they meet the yard dimension requirements.
So, City Attorney, one more question, and then I'll promise I'll stop. Let's say I have a 4-acre lot, and it's a 4-acre lot at the county and here in the city right now. And I want to split it up into non-conforming lots after this is passed. Am I able to do that? I'm taking it no. No. Okay, that's what I wanted to verify.
That property owner with the 4-acre lot, a 4-acre parcel of land would have to comply with the city subdivision regulations.
Okay, that's what I wanted to verify. Thank you.
Okay, so we got a motion on the floor in a second. We're discussing it this time. The goal, I think Mayor Pro Tem, you said people to be able to build on the second story. Today, city attorney or planner, city manager, is there a process for a property owner without this to build on the second story? I think that from my reading is they can do that today. And they do that today.
If they're on a lot of record,
yes,
yeah, then they would come into the city's building department and then request a building permit to add a second story on the home. You know, the building official would have to first say, okay, is this a lot of record that's been approved by the city? If yes, then they would examine second story complies with all the yard dimension requirements, including not exceeding the maximum height in the, whatever the zoning district requires for those yard dimensions would have to be complied with when trying to add a second story.
Yeah, so they could if all that fails.
Because if the property is a lot of record approved by the city development purposes, then they would come in and apply for a building permit for a second story, and they would have to meet the yard dimension requirements under the applicable residential zoning district. And if they do, then the building official crosses all the other fire and building code would be able to issue a permit. The problem, of course, is for example, the 30 lots or so that the Christopher identified, those are not lot of records. So if they came into the city today, those lots have not been approved by the city. They would not be able to do a second story. It doesn't recognize them as lots of record. They weren't approved.
Have we declined any permits on the basis of a lot of record? Mr. Murray, any others? And when did that happen?
I don't recall one. So the issue of, and Anthony, correct me if I'm saying anything wrong, is that Mr. Marara's property and many others in the presidential streets don't comply with the setbacks currently. So I don't know exactly what it is, but his, if it's 8 feet required, his is 5 feet because it was built in 1952 or whatever. And that's the case with a lot of these presidential streets. And so currently, because it doesn't meet that, he can't add that second story.
And see, that's why I was concerned about the dates, because the older homes in some of our city areas are not set up that way, and why I'm wondering why we can't grandfather those guys, because you should be able to build up. We certainly have some that are going by the setbacks, but they're going up 3 stories, and I mean literally are huge right next to a single-story structure. So it makes no sense. I heard your case, Mr. Moore, I was in the planning and zoning meeting when you discussed that. And so, we need to make sure we're accommodating people to be able to do something with those older homes. And this would do it. Is that correct? This would take care of him? Well, no, because his is setbacks.
Yeah, on the second story, you would, if this ordinance were to pass, the house as it exists today on that small lot of record, or lot, that it doesn't meet the setback requirements. If this ordinance passes, the second story would be allowed, provided it stays in the existing footprint.
And
They
see
would
that
not be able to do a second story and further
expand
into the setback. That would not be allowed because it's only the building footprint for that type of situation.
It would allow him to develop up, which we have houses that have knocked down, 50-style bungalow houses that have built a new structure that are 3 stories tall. So that makes sense. Thank you. I appreciate it.
No, it's good. I'm going to just jump in there. So the permit was denied for Mr. Marrera? And
I don't recall specifically. I don't think I was on that permit, but is that correct, that it was just denied?
We never even got.
Can you speak in the lectern, please, so we can, the recording?
so
can
you
get
didn't officially apply. You were told that, hey, thank you very much.
Yeah, so we never even made it to the official permit stage. We just kept conferring with planning and zoning, or Kyle and Dave, just to try and work with our plans to make them conform to what the city's codes were. And over 24 months of going back and forth with an architect and a designer and altering things based on their suggestions, we came up with the plan of not expanding any non-conforming features, so not eating into the setbacks, and just occupying the current footprint. And that's when we found out that we were, even meeting all of those requirements, we were still not allowed to move forward because of the language in the city's code. It doesn't allow for any expansion of a non-conforming property. So whether up, out, anything. So I'm stuck. When I bought that home, nobody showed up at my door or showed up at my closing with a form that said, hey, you're buying a house that you will never be able to do anything with. Good luck. That doesn't happen. So
Thank you. Thank you. And we're trying to, I think, fix that, and I really appreciate this. So the code, I've spent a lot of time on this one over the past 24 hours and trying to get my head around it. And do we have any knowledge of any permits that's been denied for properties that are not considered a lot of record?
Usually it'll be, they'll call before they get to the permit stage. So they'll call and ask, can I do this? And at that point, we'll usually tell them what we tell Mr. Marrera.
But on the unusual circumstances, do we have any records of any permits that's been denied? Because the story that I think we are trying to change the course on is that people are going to try and apply for a permit, and their permits are going to be rejected. And all I'm asking for is, do we have a case where somebody, I understand that people call, but do we have an actual case where somebody filled out? And if we don't know, that's fine, but if it was a big problem, I think we would know. And so the point is I don't know if this is a big problem. And I do think that a lot of them exist, but I guess my issue is he cannot build on the existing footprint today on the second story. If he stays within the existing footprint today, he cannot do that on his non-conforming lot because it violates the expansion.
Violates the setback. The current, as I understand it, the existing single-family home violates the setback requirements.
That's correct. Okay, can we find that? I've got the whole non-conforming clause here. And again, I think that this is wise of us. If is anyone pending or waiting on this to pass, like immediately, I do advise that we seriously consider a workshop in fairness to our city manager.
I'd like to call to question.
Okay, got a motion? Oh,
That
no.
requires a second and a supermajority vote of the council to call the question.
Mr. Mayor, I think, like Kyle says, most of the people, when they call and say, this is where I live, I want to do this, and they go, nope, you can't, because you're on a non. So
That
they
makes
never
sense.
really get to the permitting part. And, you know, if we want to encourage people to fix up their houses or add a second story for their children, you know, I think we need to fix this.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, sir. Councilmember Willis.
I've been working with this for 18 months with the city attorney and talking with Dave, Dickey, and Kyle. And I believe that we will cause more of a problem by not doing it than we will by doing it. I know Councilmember Kellum brought up that if we had a catastrophe, which I brought up at the last council meeting, and you told me that was a red herring. But I think not doing it will cause more problems than if we do. You will see, if we don't do this, you will start seeing, because we'll be looking for those. We will let people get to the permitting process and decline them.
Can we take our vote?
I'm not saying not do it. I'm saying a workshop. I mean, the fact that you've been working on it that long tells me that there is a lot to it. And I agree with what you're saying there, Pro Tem. But when I dig in, and again, not for tonight, there is some conflicting language. There are some scenarios that do not make sense. And I think a workshop is prudent. I won't push it further than that. I do feel that would really help. And I want to learn more about that. The final question was, can you build on the existing footprint today? We said that this is a variance, and that would open my eyes to whether this problem's, how big it is. I do see how it could be a problem, and I do agree that if it can help potentially, it's just, I don't know how many properties this is going to impact, and I am not convinced it's going to impact all the properties positively. I think that, yes, the person who gets the second story is benefit, but I'm not sure, there's many other examples than that, but the abutting parcels will feel the same way. So with that, I think a workshop is reasonable, but Councilmember Davis, you
No, as I
would
said, I
like
think
to?
we've given ample time for each council member to say how they feel, so I would request we do a vote.
I think the motion on the floor in the second stands.
Yep.
Okay, no further discussion? City Clerk?
Councilmember Davis?
Four.
Councilmember Jackson?
4.
Mayor Pro Tem Kellum?
Or
Mayor Morrison?
Against?
Councilmember Willis?
4.
All righty. Passes 4-1. That concludes the public hearing items for tonight. Thank you all very much. Working through that. Okay, so now we are at, moved around here.
Item 1.
Yeah,
Item 1, okay.
13.
Oh,
I think we moved item 1 in front
Okay.
of this.
That's right.
Council? Get back. Pulled out some notes in the last one. Okay. Everyone's there. We are at item number 1, Resolution 2024. Wait, I'm sorry. Are we on? Yes, that was 13. To ratify the composite city manager performance evaluation and determine how to proceed with the provisions of Section 2, salary and evaluation of the employment agreement between the City of Cape Canaveral, City Manager Todd Morley. I think we have Natalie here who can help. It would make sense if you would like Natalie to kick us off.
Sure, I can do that.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. So you have a pretty extensive package that I prepared there for you. We're here to, like you said, ratify the performance evaluation.
Can I ask, is your mic on?
Can you not hear me?
It's kind of low.
Okay,
That's better.
I'll pull it
Thank
up.
you. Thank you.
So excerpt 1, it was the part of the performance evaluation that does allow you to make the adjustment. We did include a draft from the previous council meeting, which we extended past the deadline, so which was July. Attachment 3 is a compilation of all of your narrative evaluation comments. So we went ahead and added those all together for you in that attachment. And attachment 4 is a composite of all of your scores compiled together. So like to note that out of 5, the total was an overall of 4.43. So very good. And attachment 5 of your packet is 3 different analysis of different, the first one is all of the city managers of Brevard County and their current pay grades versus our city manager. So there is an 11.3% difference there. And the second one is the salaries of Florida beach towns with similar populations with a 13% disparity. And the last one is a compilation of Florida cities and towns throughout the state. And that one had the highest disparity. And then the next page of that packet, you'll see results from our employee engagement survey, which we're still showing a high level of employee satisfaction, which is in line with the Gallup surveys, which is really good to note because, as we know, employees don't leave companies, they leave managers. So our employees seem to be highly engaged. And since I've been here, since March, we have had a relatively low turnover, voluntary low turnover, I'll say. I believe. And then also in that packet, there's some information from the Gallup poll and also some headlines from other municipalities throughout the state on what they're doing for pay increases. Can I answer any questions?
Thank you very much. Natalie is our HR director and provided a very helpful overview. Does council have any questions at this time? Yes, Mayor Pro Tem Kellum.
I have a couple questions. When you're doing the comparison, we do by population. Do we also consider budgets and the amount of employees?
No, there wasn't. There's, no. That's, yeah, no. That kind of information we did not ask for.
Okay. And the current salary is 152,776
Correct.
plus the car allowance?
Correct. Those
Or-
are listed in the second column.
Okay. All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Kellum. So I think we should work through this together, make sure everyone's on the same page, and I think that to break it up into little decisions here. This is every year that by contract, and some of it in our code and charter is provided for us to evaluate and make decisions on moving forward. The scoring system that we use today helps, and I want to save these comments for a little bit later, but I do have some comments about the evaluation process. Council, any other comments, or anyone who wants to go? It's never, this is always one where no one wants to go first, but I can. Happy to do that if that's.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, Councilmember Willis.
I'll be happy to go first. I have every confidence in the city manager. I think he has worked very hard this year to bring us through some tough issues. I think he's done an admirable job, and I am all for ratifying his assessment, and look forward to improving his salary.
Thank you, Councilmember Willis. So, ratify and improve.
Can go next as well. No, I think the city manager has done an excellent job this year. And again, it has been a couple tough months to get through, and he's done it admirably. I will also agree to increase his salary.
Thank you, Councilmember Davis. Okay. Councilmember Jackson, or?
Well, I come from a different world than public service. I'm a new councilwoman. So I asked historical questions when I looked into this, because in 2020, the starting salary was $118,000, and we're looking at a 10% increase, and we actually are looking at, in 4 years we've increased it 34,776. And then I was told David Green was at a higher salary than he is at right now. So it's just very hard for me, since I'm new at council, because I don't know anyone that's getting a 10% increase on salary right now, anywhere. So that's what trips me up with it. So, and also I don't have the historical knowledge to know how did it all come about, starting at 118. And then when I look at the comparisons, I don't really see a great comparison from as far as I'm concerned, because some of these towns are off the charts, but I don't know what their budget is and things like that, and that would make a difference. If you had, like I'm betting that, and I don't even know if that one's on there, but, if you looked at the difference between Islamorada, Clearwater, and Cape Canaveral, I mean, we're not even, so it was hard for me to use that calculation as any kind of basis for establishing an average salary, so to speak. So I'm the first to say it's very difficult for me, this being my first time doing this and doing it publicly, because in enterprise businesses, we do this privately. So it's hard because I don't know how to really look at one, because you can't look at the population. You really can't look at, you have to look at geographically, where is it located, because I can tell you, anywhere in the Keys has a lot more, property taxes that they're receiving as a city than we would be.
Mm-hmm.
So it's really hard for me to judge on that. And then I found out, of course, there's not a pension here, so that made a difference to me. But I have no basis to judge what a good comparison is. Because like Cocoa Beach, I see that salary, and with the 10%, that would make us close in that range. And also, their budget is a lot higher than ours, and their taxes are going up tremendously. Mm-hmm. So, do we want to be that city? So I'm looking at it going, I'm having a hard time really comparing an apple to an apple versus an orange to an apple, so.
Thank you. It is, I think Councilmember Kellum, you asked a few questions. You're good right now? So yeah, it is difficult and different, and it's because I think the position of city manager in itself is a difficult and very different position, including all city staff, but certainly the way our charter and ordinance is structured is the early believed that manager council, and we've seen that by far the most popular form of government, and we've been running with that since the beginning. So today, I just want to point out that just by nature, I mean, that's the executive seat. It has been a very tough year.
It has been.
And I've had a chance to sit down with our city manager, and I took the time to, well, I think this has been 3 or 4 years now. We've been evaluating and trying to make it better, and it's sometimes the way that certain questions can be interpreted, you could actually answer them in different ways. And so that's my little comment, is for improvement moving forward. But in the evaluating, I did my best, and I think that we've had a tough year, and there are, no matter who's holding the steady hand on the wheel, those years are going to come and go. They're the seasons of life. And we've had some external kind of factors, whether it be going back to the COVID and navigating that, and hurricanes are certainly those stressors. And I think a coastal community comparing to another coastal community is a really good idea because storm prep and recovery is a kind of a unique thing. But a lot of those other cities have their own unique, different services. City of Melbourne is managing airports, and you've got, I would say, a metric of employee count. Population certainly helpful, but over 1,000, over 500 employees, and I know that our staff is comprised of a group that's worked, some of them from other cities, and they've worked in larger cities, and with our structure with contracts providing services, we don't have our own waste collection in-house. We don't have, we contract the sheriff's department, and we've contracted lawn maintenance. That's different than a lot of the cities, a lot more employees and having to deal with it. And so I think employee count is something that I did my best to look at, and I appreciate the analysis. But, and then Brevard, just geographically, no matter where the city is, it is valuable to see all the Brevard cities and make sure that we're remaining competitive. And knowing that every one of these is a very difficult job for every single one of those cities. And here, I've been with Todd since the beginning of this journey, and there has been tough years. That's what I tried to communicate that's happened for external forces. And then there's tough years internally, just pain and loss and suffering and real life problems that can strike any employer, any company, any city, and it hurts and it causes setbacks within the community. Navigating that is very difficult. And I've complimented Todd's efforts around a lot of those areas. And as far as one of the biggest transformations I think we've seen was the outward accessibility of our city manager. It's for almost a decade there. It was very difficult to access the city manager. And our city manager is going out after the meeting once a month, putting himself out there and recapping with citizens who choose to come at what's called the Coffee with the City Manager, as many of us know. And I know to do that every month and to prepare with the follow-up and the questions and having supporting staff there, that's on our ranking scale something that I would, say is very good with Todd. And we're lucky to have that, because I live through the other, and it just creates a dynamic that can make it very difficult. So when it comes to those types of challenges, whether it be external, internal, the one challenge that I did not, and sort of the ranking that I did not feel was largely because I believe we created some of these problems for ourselves. And it's 7 years being on the council, some of the early things that were brought to the attention to our city administration were, at the time, different administration and different council was met with a lot of resistance, on the dais, in the community, very lonely place as far as where to get clarity. And over the years, we have unpacked and been able to pull out and improve so much across the board, and Todd has attributed to that. But there, obviously, in January, the the issue around the special meeting there was something that I first want to say I appreciate the council going through. And it took a lot of time, but the reality is I'm not through that. I don't think we are through that. We need to get through that. And I do not think that should have got to that point. I do not think that should have ever went on the meeting. And it is so much bigger, as I've said, than that. And so my hope is that we can get a better handle on those issues, and that I think is going to take time. And I think we're seeing steps and decisions being made that are moving in that direction. But after 7 years since 2017, early issues that were raised, I think had to go through a process to sort of grind your way into answers that I do not think any council member we should have ever had to do. And for those reasons, and due to it just being across the board, I have a very hard time justifying a raise. And I think that we gave them a large percentage raise last year. Do we remember what that was, Mayor McCallum? Do you remember, Councilmember Willis?
I think it was 11%.
And so this year, I think we need to look at, when I look at the salary that's compensated with the benefits, with the retirement, I draw the line on as far as on that this year. I don't think that's the right decision. I think that every year we bring this up, and we've seen large raises, small, and some years it's not even an indication or proportional to what's happening. But for this year moving forward, I think our city staff is at a 3% increase. Is that right? 3%?
For merit increases at 3% and then 2% in the budget. So the COLA is 2%.
2%?
Right. But if you look at the last couple of pages of your packet, most cities are giving 7 and 8.
Thank you. That is it has been a tough year. I do have some open concerns that are yet to be resolved, and I do not feel comfortable. I think we've gotten over some humps, but we've got a little bit further, I think, to go, and it really is fixing some of the problems. And as long as I think we're pursuing that, we're going to be in good shape. But that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Councilmember Willis.
Could I ask Natalie a question?
Yes, please.
Does the city manager not participate in the retirement?
Yes.
No.
As an employee?
You do not participate in the retirement plan.
My contract calls for me to have the same
Same benefits.
defined benefit program as regular employees,
Okay.
which is not a pension.
Right, okay.
Right.
Okay.
I guess I look at it a little differently. Mayor, what you're describing, yes, there were issues and different things that we don't need to go into, but I look at the positive of it, the hard work that the city manager has done to improve and everything else. Instead of looking at the negative of what we went through, whatever, I look at the positive. So I see that because of his hard work and getting through, through this, I think I still am for a raise, some percent of a raise.
Thank you, Councilmember Davis. So you are suggesting a raise of what percent?
I haven't said what percent, but I'm,
No, I actually thought you said a percent. Got it.
oh no, I
Sorry.
just said
thought you
of
said
a certain, yeah.
certain percent. I thought you said 7, but
Sorry, I don't.
no, I think I
don't
did
speak
hear the R
English.
in there. Okay. And the other thing that I would just add on is that, and I think at any point we can do this, I think it is imperative we come to some basic metrics that we value and we want our city administration that we all agree on are good things. And I think that is something that will really help, right? And most importantly, give the city manager a fair chance to say, well, where's the line? Let's at least go for it. And I really think that'll be something that could really, I mean, an addendum to the contract or some sort of just acknowledgement of the city council, because we have a lot of goals, big budgets, things moving. We have our charter, our code, and the employment agreement, all the things. And what it is lacking, I think, is some tangible goals that we can work towards. And goals are goals. It's not anything other than to try and unify and work together towards that. That's just an idea. I don't think it's wise to spend time on that tonight, but we have to, I think, make a decision on the agreement and consider adjusting salary. And if there's any more to discuss on the evaluation, we certainly can do that as well.
Sorry, you're going to go. Mayor Protem, you can go.
Okay. I agree. I think this year has been really tough. The last 7 months have been really tough. There's still lingering issues that are not resolved yet. I think the city manager has made good strides in fixing the problems. I think he had to do a lot more work with these issues than he should have as a leader, but he did. But I think, I don't think these comparisons are fair because, you have the city of Cocoa in here as, part of the evaluation. Their budget is $107 million. And I don't think that should be counted in our comparison. If you look at Satellite Beach, Indian Harbor Beach, Cocoa Beach, which is all around the same population, Satellite Beach is about more employees. They have a police department, a fire department. Indian Harbor Beach is more realistic, closer to us. And Cocoa Beach has a golf course, a swimming pool, police, fire department. But I don't think that these comparisons are fair or right for our little city to put them in there as a comparison on what we should evaluate. I think that a raise is needed. I can't go with 10 or 11%, only because we still got a long way to go, but, you know, Todd is making strides. I think the idea of having goals set that, you know, certain metrics, like Mayor said, will be accomplished in the next year. It's, you know, everybody likes Todd. He does a good job. But I'm just saying we still have lingering problems. We're working towards the right way. We have made giant strides, I think. But, you know, the issues had to come to the council for them to be addressed and totally, you know, pushed in the right direction. So I am for a raise. I can't do 10%, but I'm willing to hear other numbers.
Councilmember Davis.
I have a question for Natalie. This one, I'm looking at the ones that's Florida cities and towns that has the bottom of 243 on the larger charts, just so we're on the same one. Is this current?
Which one are you looking at?
It says Florida cities and towns, sorry.
For Venice says 243?
Pardon?
It says Venice is 243. The average is 183?
Yeah, 243. Or any of these, it goes with any of the charts, I guess. Is it what they're getting now? This is not including the pay raises that they may get.
This is right. These are a little bit dated.
So, yeah, so they're outdated. So they could be making more.
The most accurate up to date is Brevard County. So those numbers did go up a little bit. But I mean, if we're comparing apples to apples, you really can't, because you would have to look at time and position, and Cocoa Beach's city manager was thrown into that position with 0 experience. So he was given 165 just because the lady in that position had that pay, and he had never been a city manager. And the justification for Todd not previously was he wasn't seasoned, and he is now. So we would have to really.
That's why their taxes went up.
And another comment.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, this has nothing to do, I agree with Mayor Pro Tem and Councilmember Willis that there is a raise is required. What I want to say is about the car allowance. I look at all this, and I believe Todd's getting, city manager's getting 600.
600.
So if ever, I would be okay, looking at this, that's one of the higher ones, I would be okay to keep him at the 600 and then give him a raise on the other side. If that would help, you know, we don't increase the car allowance, but we increase the salary.
Yeah.
Because he has done a lot of work this year, and he's done it very well.
And was there a percentage there, or just you're saying that you are increasing?
So I
think the only number we have is not 10,
yeah, I
something
did not give
up.
a percentage.
Okay.
But I do agree with keeping, if council agrees, I agree with keeping the 600. So that the
For the
salary
car
can go
allowance?
up.
I have one clarifying statement. The experience, I think, when we were talking about in the beginning interim, he did not have experience. Was that when you were going back and saying at that time?
I mean, that's what it says in the, you know, that was the original justification when he was given the 118, was that he wasn't a seasoned city manager. So I'm saying, if we're really going to look at things, you're going to have to look at years in position. So justification for not being seasoned city manager.
And he got an 11% raise the second year.
Excuse me?
He got an 11%.
No, I'm saying Councilmember Jackson was saying Cocoa Beach is at 165, but when you're really truly looking at it, he was only given that amount because that's what Robin Hayes was making, and he was put into that position, never having any management experience.
Okay, so I think that is, well, the 10% raise was last year.
11%.
Yeah, the point, I don't remember what it was. I mean, figure it out. But after that 118, I remember there was a big, to bring it, I think, up and get him into that range. Either way, I'm committed to continue to move forward with Todd. We keep in communication. We've met for our preparations for this meeting on Friday, I think we did. And me and Todd, I think, communicate well. We just have to get through, I think, some of these issues. And I've always said, with a will, there's a way, and I do see a will. And I think it's like anything. We can look forward and predict. It really is just one day at a time for all of us, right? I mean, isn't that the truth? I don't want to be bringing this up every single day, so I do like the 1 year. So with that, I'm in that mindset, and I think if there's a desire to give a raise, that would be a good next step at 152,776 today.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir. I'm sorry, Councilmember Willis.
It's okay. It's okay. I just want to make a motion. I'd like to make a motion that we ratify the evaluation and give City Manager Morley a 10% raise.
I'll second. My question is, City Attorney.
Let me just state that. Got a motion from Councilmember Willis and seconded by Councilmember Davis to ratify composition and a 10% raise. Councilmember Davis.
City Attorney, do we need to include in that motion the car allowance, or is that something separate, or does that not need to be addressed?
If it's not in the motion, it's not addressed and stays the same.
So it stays the same. Okay, that's
Right.
fine. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Got a motion on the floor? Hearing Councilmember Jackson, any further on the motion, I guess, at hand? 10% raise, ratify, and a 10% raise.
I can't do 10%, not in this economy, and that's just a really high after an 11% last year. Like I said, I'm flying blind on comparisons because I don't know how many employees these cities have. I don't know what their budget is. It's easy to say, oh, so-and-so's making 200,000 or so-and-so's making 180,000. I don't know what their budget is. And Mickey gave an excellent example, or Councilmember Kellum, with the cocoa budget. That's hugely different. So I can't, with this type of data, I can't come to a conclusion to where I can support that figure. The analytics aren't there for me.
So I don't know what
And
percentage.
I agree, it's been a hard year. I'm sorry. I agree, it's been a hard year, and I agree that I'm seeing changes too. I just can't make this work analytically because I don't have any comparison that I'm really able to look at. I'm sorry, Councilmember Kellum.
That's fine.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, I just off the cuff, I took Satellite Beach, Indian Harbor Beach, Cocoa Beach, added them together, 469,505, and divided it by 3. comes out to 156.5. I don't know what percentage rate that is as,
Mayor Pro Tem, if you remember, that's current. That is not increased for them this year. So their numbers could be higher. Because
Lower too, though. I mean, we just.
well, I
working
thought
off of
Brevard
what we're
County was
Yeah.
the closest ones to present.
Yeah, I was just reminding that it's not necessarily the accurate one.
Well, I just think in comparison to population, but like I said before, Satellite Beach has a fire department and a police department. Indian Harbor Beach is probably the closest to us, and they're at 156,896. And Cocoa Beach, I understand 165,998 was given to a guy that doesn't have any experience, but that's why they have to raise their taxes. And they have a lot more revenue coming in than we do.
And there's a lot more job responsibilities because
Yeah.
of the amenities within the city.
So I would, around 156.5, I would be somewhere, if you add the 600 to that, would be 157, a ballpark, 157 a year. That's something I could live with for this year.
The motion on the floor is worded as a 10% raise. One more time, the amount, the total dollars, Mayor Pro Tem, 150.
156.5 plus the car allowance is 157.1.
Yeah, they're not including the car allowance in there.
So $156,500 for the, I think, for the salary,
Yes.
and then they keep the car allowance the same.
Mhm. I would even go with Indian Harbor Beach, 156,896. That would be okay. But I can't go 168. I can't do 10%. Like Councilman Jackson said, this is a tough year for everybody. Budgets and.
Okay. Any further discussion? We do have a motion on the floor. We can vote that through. We can amend. If there's no further discussion, I will ask City Clerk to call the roll. If you want to vote it through, or try at 10%.
No, everybody needs to be on record for what they want, so let's call the vote.
I don't know if that's true. I don't know if we need to be on the, or are we required to be on the record for the specific percentage pay raise?
No. If you're going to make a salary adjustment, of course, you need to be on record because you need a majority vote. But,
Oh, absolutely.
yeah,
But I was just making sure we don't have a criteria to state, we write in a number, but I didn't miss anything for a percentage, or we have to state our percentage.
have to be a percentage. It can be a fixed amount. It could be no amount. I mean, it's council's prerogative. It just takes a majority vote.
Yeah, one year we did a flat amount. Okay, well, hearing none, City Clerk?
Councilmember Davis?
For.
Councilmember Jackson?
Against.
Mayor Pro Tem Kellum?
Against.
Mayor Morrison?
Against.
Councilmember Willis?
4.
Motion fails 2-3. I'm sorry, fails 3-2. Thank you. For a 10% raise.
And I would like to make a motion to accept Mayor Pro Tem's recommendation using Indian Harbor Beach as an example with 156,896 plus the car allowance.
I'll second.
Okay, got a motion by Council Member Jackson for $156,896 annual salary and keep the existing car allowance the same.
Yes.
And a second by Mayor Pro Tem Kellum.
I-
City Attorney?
Just a point of order, I'm assuming that it means also accept the evaluation that has been presented. The previous motion said that the council would accept the evaluation or ratify the evaluation plus a 10% increase. This motion, as I understand it, has a fixed salary adjustment to 156,896, but did not include accepting the evaluation as presented. So I'm just pointing that out.
Can we just,
Yes, let's accept the evaluation as presented. Thank you, City Attorney. And do the increase similar to Indian Harbor Beach, 156,896 plus the existing car allowance.
That's a question, Mayor Pro Tem. I think when you were doing the calculations, you said 157 something, and now the motion is 156. I just want to clarify. And can I ask what percentage increase that would be, actual percentage?
We need,
2.69%.
It's what?
2.69%.
Yeah, I was going to see if we were going to add the additional 2% COLA for the staff into that.
on top of that, additional 2%?
Because if that's what the staff is getting. I didn't know.
Hold on now.
Doesn't he automatically-
He's getting the staff
No.
that is approved across the board.
No, I'm saying because these numbers are the currents, so I didn't know if you were going to do the COLA too.
Because you got to remember, these numbers
These are-
are old numbers. They're
These are
not
their
updated.
currents from the current fiscal year, not what they're going to get moved to with their cities.
So can we clarify first, was it 157 or one, I'm sorry, I just want to make sure I understand, because I thought at the beginning you said 157.
I think I was doing if you take Satellite Beach, Indian Harbor, Cocoa Beach, add them together, divide it by 3, it comes up to 156. Can't read my own writing, 890. And then you add in the car allowance, which you had brought up that's a separate thing.
Yeah,
So
it is
that's
separate.
why I just said I would go for the 156,896 as the same as Indian Harbor Beach plus the $600, keep the car allowance the same. And so it's a 2.69%, did you say?
2.69%, yes.
But wouldn't he automatically get the 2% that everybody else gets?
No.
No. But my point being is all of these counties, they were all in the process of also analyzing their city managers' wages when I was looking at this, because they're all in the process of doing increases as well.
Mm-hmm.
So these
But
numbers are going to
didn't you
change.
say that Brevard was current, though?
No, some of the numbers, I know, like West Melbourne is going to be going up. A lot of those numbers, she was also looking, because a lot of those are also going up right now.
But that's not an accurate account.
Well, they're the current, but a
Yeah,
lot of
they're
those
current,
city
but-
managers are in the process of getting raises.
This council should not fly blindly. I think we have to go off what we go off of. Those numbers could lower, those numbers could.
Right, so
terminate.
my point was, are we going to take the current COLA into account on top of what these numbers are to adjust?
So if we, what would be, it would be 2.9%, and then if you add in the 2% that everybody else is getting, it would be 4.9%. So where would that put his salary then? What number?
I don't have a calculator with me up here.
I
If
mean,
you're going up 4.9, you might as well go even
well,
5.
it's about a $5,000 annual raise. I mean, we are, I think we don't have to, it's good to know the percentage, or you can do the dollars. Yeah. $156,896 is the motion on the floor, and to accept, ratify and accept the city manager evaluation. And you're saying,
I'm still trying to discuss what it would be for 5%, to get a number for 5% increase.
5% would put it at $160,414.
Thank you.
$1,000. So the motion on the floor is 156,896.
yes. The salary portion, and keep the allowance the same, and to accept, ratify the evaluation. My position on this is pretty firm. I think we need to get back to work. It says to evaluate the city manager and consider evaluation. We score, and then we consider it. And this is something I don't even think we have to vote on, just for the sake of, it says that, but we do need to consider it. And so I think we can also bring this back at any point. I think we did that one year, if I remember, in regards to the future, or the other ones, maybe that other cities do give raises or increases. In 90 days, you can come right back here and make adjustments. You can do it next meeting. Right, Mr. City Attorney? I don't think, at any, you get a month into this and we don't feel good about it, we can say increase, and we don't need evaluations and analysis anymore. We just,
at the very least, the council needs to just accept, receipt of the evaluation, but the contract's clear. It says there's no set time period in terms of considering adjustments. The contract just says that the city agrees to consider adjustments in base salary and other benefits of the city manager, such amounts and to such extent as the council may determine desirable on the basis of an annual performance evaluation of the manager. So, you can consider the adjustment tonight, or you can consider the adjustment at a later date. It's got to be based on the annual performance evaluation.
thank you. Any further discussion on the motion on the floor?
No, I just wish it would be considered at least for the 5% even.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
the average evaluation came out as above average, 4.43. So I think at a minimum, we need to be at 5% or above.
Okay. Well, with that, I just want to, I couldn't find it. Any further discussion?
So we
I
need
thought
to-
you were.
So we,
Mayor Pro Tem?
right, so the evaluation total average is 4.43. Last year it was 4.78. So it went down. What if we gave them a 4.43 raise?
I would be careful with that. That might be the appropriate raise, but when you get, I thought I'd love to.
What did you say?
Why don't we give them a 4.
Basing it on the evaluation. It might be a great idea. I just want to point out, that the evaluation, the ranking of that, just correlating that with is a good metric. If the truth is if we're going to start talking about that, it went down across the board on all 5 council members from last year. That's the reality. Performance evaluation, and it's decreased for 3 years in a row. So his highest point that I saw was 2020. Oh, I thought you and I looked at that together.
I was going to say.
You had a, then what were the numbers you and I?
It only went up each year.
It only went up? I thought it went,
Plus,
I apologize. I looked at that and the city manager's evaluation in his office together, and I evidently read it wrong. This year's evaluation is higher than last year's evaluation?
This year's evaluation is lower than last year, but prior to that, it only went up. This is the first time it's taken a turn down.
Thank you. So I thought 2 years ago, okay. So please excuse me, last year, not 2 years ago, it went down across the board. And when we said above average, the ranking system, what is there an average
Mayor.
ranking? Is that what it says?
Mayor.
I'm trying to ask the question. Is that average, is that the terminology? I've lost my, because I don't think the actual metrics.
It's total average.
Where's the evaluation, what they mean though? No, it's exceeds most of the time, usually. The whole evaluation, I don't think it's provided.
No, it's.
The actual, what a number 5 means.
Right.
Always exceeds, usually exceeds.
May I include something?
Do we have what those numbers mean? And yes, Councilmember Davis?
You also have to include that Councilmember Jackson also did a lot of NAs during this evaluation.
Yeah, but they calculated mine based on the NA.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, there was numbers.
Yes, but they calculated a number in there for ones, so it was supposed to be balanced.
I understand.
Okay. I don't know where that, I don't think it's in here.
It is in our packet.
No, and I had another one.
It's on the evaluation, but not on the back.
Yep, okay. Well, let's do something with this. It's 9:34. If we don't get an answer to that, I just wanted to state that if we're going to start using rationale like above average based on the average of what, that was it. So I didn't fully understand what that meant exactly. I was trying to verify, but either way, motion on the floor is for the opposed raise, as stated by Mayor Pro Tem Kellum. If there's not anything else, I'm going to go ahead and call it. Yes, Councilmember Davis.
I just want to point out that the staff is getting a 2% raise.
3% plus 2%.
Oh,
3% merit, 2% COLA, that's 5%.
Okay, thank you. And what we're considering right now for the city manager is 2.69, when in fact he has more responsibilities and more duties than the average staff member. I mean, the staff does great work. I'm not knocking staff, but the city manager has a lot more responsibilities than the staff does, and we're going to give him a 2.69 in the staff. I think he deserves at least 5 as well.
Thank you. Okay, Councilmember Davis, comparing the percentage increase to staff based on responsibilities should be higher. Do you want a lower percentage on a big dollar value? Still, a 2% raise on a higher salaried employee, you can be higher than a 15% raise on a lower salary employee. So when you're getting 2% on 150, it's different than 2% on 50, 40, 30,000. And they did that. We went through that. We did a sensitivity, compression, or all that, and it helped to try and balance that out. I got a comment card here. Angela Raymond, Council, we okay to? Good. Thank you. Please come forward.
Angela Raymond, resident, 7048 Sevilla Court, Cape Canaveral. I think this is a bit outrageous. And the reason why I think it's so outrageous is it's a few months overdue, number one. This always was done in the month of June. Evaluations go out. May 31st is the deadline for council members to have their evaluations ready. I know for a fact, because I've been around, I was on Space Coast League of Cities and Florida League of Cities, and I went to the meetings on a regular basis. And I've been around, I've spoken to many mayors and assistant mayors and council members. And Todd Morley is very, very well known in the area. He can get a job anywhere. He has been offered the position at Cocoa Beach several times. We are lucky to have him still here in Cape Canaveral. I think that constantly I've been watching circular reasoning, and I'm tired of it. If you can't make a decision, you need to prepare ahead of time, make a decision in a timely fashion. I mean, most of the people have left here today because things cannot be made in a timely decision. Preparation helps. Constantly kicking different subjects or different decisions down, kick it down till the next month, till the next month, till the next month. As a resident, I'm tired of it and I'm embarrassed by it. I think that with proper research, you have a month or so or time to research, prepare, think about it, come up with an exact figure that you think is fair, and then vote on it in a timely fashion. Thank you. And I'd like to apologize to our city manager because I think he's done a great job. Thank you.
Okay, back to the council.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
After thinking about it and looking over these numbers, I think he deserves more than a 2.9% or 2.69% raise. I withdraw my motion for the 156,896.
And that I have made the motion, you seconded it, so I'll withdraw.
Okay.
It requires unanimous consensus to withdraw a motion, otherwise it needs to be voted.
Any opposed to withdrawing the motion?
I have no
Seeing none.
opposition to that.
Consensus? Thank you.
And I make a motion, we pay him $160,414, which would be a 5% raise.
Do we just want to do?
I'll second it.
What was the number
I
again?
didn't hear it.
160,414.
There's,
right?
I think there's like 8 cents, I've rounded down, whatever 5% is.
We'll
so.
give you 10.
I can do the math real quick here. $152,776 times 1.05 is $160,414.80.
That is
And
what
what-
you said in the,
I'm sorry, City Manager, what was the cent? I got the number.
It's
80.
80 cents.
80, thank you.
That's exactly a 5% raise.
okay.
I second it, but
Got a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Kellum and seconded by Councilmember Davis for a 5% raise.
I'm ready.
And to
Call the
accept.
question. And to accept the review or the.
yes,
Your
that's fine.
second with that? Any further discussion on this? Concerns?
I would just like to make sure going forward in the future, when we talk about metrics, that we get from you, what's their budget? Because I can't compare this.
Right.
What's the city's population? What's their budget? And what is the salary? Because I keep hearing, well, but these numbers aren't right. And, and I'm looking at population and amenities, and Indian Harbor Beach is closest to what we are. I can't judge this with what I've got. So it'd be
Okay.
helpful to have, what budget do they have? Because if I have a $190 million budget, I can pretty much pay my city manager what I want. It
That's
will
fine.
help me for next year.
Okay, this is the same information that was provided last year.
And last
so-
year, we asked for.
Okay,
more
well, I wasn't here
information.
last year and Melinda prepared most of this before she left. So I updated what I could and it was in the folder for the last several months. So if you guys wanted that information, all you had to do was ask me. I've had several months to sit on this and prepare any additional information. I would have been happy to.
Well, I wasn't here last year to ask you.
Right,
I'm
but
a
they've
new
been in the
council
budget,
person.
they've been in the folders for the last 3 meetings in the packets. So if you wanted that information, I would have been happy to reach out and get it for you.
Well, I'm asking for it for next year.
Noted.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Further discussion? Okay, City Clerk?
Councilmember Davis?
Or
Councilmember Jackson?
Or
Mayor Pro Tem Kellum?
Or.
Mayor Morrison?
Against?
Councilmember Willis?
4.
Okay. Motion passes 4-1. Which brings us to
We are on item number 13, Mayor. Resolution 2024-02.
But for the sake of time, guys, we're at 9:44. We're gonna need to pull our head out of the sand here and look out. Mayor Pro Tem Kellum, if you don't mind, can you take the gavel? I need to, a quick restroom break and just work us through this resolution. 2024-02,
I was going to say I could,
and anyone else? I think we should keep the meeting moving if we can break and keep things moving.
No, I do not.
Okay. Excuse me, and anyone who else, I'll be back. Ordinance. Sorry, 13.
24-02.
Mayor Morrison, can we just take a break? Everyone's
Looks like it's
breaking.
popular. You want to take a quick break?
It's like everybody's leaving. We're losing our clerks.
Okay, let's take as fast as possible. We'll all try to reconvene in the next 5 minutes.
I know, I'm still in this meeting. There's Susan King. Oh. There's Susan King. That's a legitimate. Don't believe the word he says. Good one, Eric. Oh, that's right. They gave me the gavel and everybody left.
I'm like, we can't really afford, but I guess everyone needed to. Okay, we're all kind of trickling back in here. Do we want to wait? We do have a quorum technically, and for the sake of time, we're 12 minutes out. Let's go ahead and call the meeting back to order. As Councilmember Jackson, if somebody sees her out there, please flag her and let her know we're going to get going. I do think we need to make a decision on, well, we've got how many open items? 2? Resolution number 2024-02, item number 13, and then item number 15. I think it's item number 15 is going to, obviously, I don't think we have enough time. I did have some comments there, but yeah, I think we would have to. Yeah, I really would like to come together before then. We're not going to get to this tonight, no matter what, unfortunately, but that's okay. We got resolution 2024-02, amending defined contribution retirement plan for the general employees of the city of Cape Canaveral. We've seen this one a few times. I don't know if there's been any changes from the last one to this one. Same information? Okay, council. I think we had held off on this because we really wanted to understand the budget. I think this adds roughly another $90,000.
Which is included in the budget that you have so far.
So there's no implications on needing to increase the taxes, but we would need to budget for $90,000 ongoing, and I think that would grow.
That's correct, sir. So this was included ever since council kind of landed on raising the non-participating contribution from 7% to 9%. There was a lot of scenarios we talked about. but that hasn't moved. It turned out that was the only thing the council's been talking about, not changing anything except that 7 to 9. That number has been put in the budget that we've been looking at for these last few months. So if you approve it at 9%, no additional expenses will be incurred that you haven't seen.
And that number will, in the next year, will go higher as salaries increase.
Potentially, but some employees will come in, new employers, and lower rates, so that it could change.
Okay, and the major decisions here, we have a percentage change from 7 to 9.
For the non-elective contributions, so that's the 401 account.
And then the other one is currently at a 3.
3%, and there's no change there. That's the elective contribution.
Keep it at 3, that's the match. So all in, if it would be roughly 12%. And then they would add their own 3% for the city to get in.
Up to. They can do 1 to 3.
They can do, I'm sorry,
It's a match of 1 to 3, so they can do 1%, 2%, or 3%.
and we'll match up to 3.
Correct.
And Mayor, I just want to point out, and the city attorney pointed out to me that the original resolution that was prepared for this had some older numbers in it that we'll need to address.
Okay.
So if we could go to the resolution, Mia?
Right. It's also, to look at those numbers with the vesting schedule.
Yep.
Is that what you're talking about?
Attachment 7.
I'm talking about the proposed resolution 2004-
Yeah, it's highlighted, the changes. It says it on the very end about,
I think it's attachment 7. Yep.
yep.
attachment what? I'm just, oh, all right, I see.
Yeah, those
Well,
are the amounts, and then the vesting schedule, and
there's 2 copies. Those numbers need to be changed, right, to reflect.
if we make the contribution changes, those would need to be changed, and then we had already previously was told to change the resolution to reflect the vesting and the immediate at 6%. So that verbiage had already been changed.
Yes, if you don't mind,
The elimination of the vesting period and after 6 months, from 1 year to 6 months, reducing that schedule. If you go into, scroll down, like to the other pages, I think it's a page 2.
okay,
right
so on
here.
the,
So that, and then the matching contributions.
so the box check that says at the bottom of the screen that you're showing, immediate vesting. And currently, it's at the stepped up.
Is this the right resolution?
I think what this one shows is
that
it's
the
an
right one?
attachment that shows all the changes. And then it's really the same as the original resolution, attachment 7.
There's 2 copies.
Yeah.
There's 2 copies of the resolution in the agenda item. There's one copy that has highlighted the 7 to 11%, the 3%, 5%, and the recitals.
But that's the original one Melinda had prepared, so we highlighted it to show that if we go to the 9%, we would have to change that to the 9%. So until a decision is made, we haven't made those percentage changes. And she also had 100% of the employees' basics, which cannot exceed 5%. We would have to change that to 3%.
So Mayor, what we're saying is this document hasn't changed, but the council has landed on 9% and 3% some months ago. So what we would need to do is, for the first one where it says 11%, that would be changed to 9. The second one where it says 5%, that would be changed to 3.
Service, well, on the next page.
And then I want to also talk about the vesting. Mia's showing it there as the bottom, immediate vesting, but that's upon the service condition.
Well, it'll go on the third page.
Which is on the next page.
Page 3, right here, 6 months of service.
Right.
As an otherwise eligible employee.
So immediately upon 6 months of service. So that's the end of the probationary period. And what that means, it's 100% at 6%, 6 months.
Well, that's what service condition is, when they can enter the plan instead of having to wait the 1 year.
Yeah, yes.
Correct.
That's better said, thank you.
What's that?
That's better said, thank you.
Oh.
Okay. So it's really 3 numbers and then the vesting, right?
2 numbers, 11 goes to 9, 5 goes to 3.
Yeah, 5 would go back to the 3 because Melinda had
11.
originally changed that to 5 for the original proposal.
Well, no, I was saying from what exists today, and then the vesting today is not shown, well, in that. Yeah, I don't think it would be that form. The vesting for me, I do have a hard time with that one. I don't understand that. I know that we saw, I think, some data. I don't know if it's in, yep, right there, attachment 6. Yeah, there's a 1, 2, 3, couple, 4, 5. They have 0. I assume those are the same as 6, rounded to, or immediate vesting is how I would interpret. And yes, with the average at 3.7, I mean, I think getting 3 years of service is the goal. And today they work 5 years. But I guess if this was to pass, all city employees overnight would become 100% fully vested.
To the extent that they've contributed money and the city's contributed money, yes.
I guess there are employees that have not
Right.
received retirement
Yeah,
benefits.
and some may not elect to contribute at all. There's no match there.
But the non-elective.
Non-elective is there, beginning at 6 months, right, Natalie?
In this
The
current,
non-elective contributions begin at 6
they
months.
would in this situation.
Yeah. So at 6 months, there's nothing in the kitty.
Yeah, but if somebody's been with the city for, say, 3 years, they've
2.5 years
they
of
would
that.
work 2 more years and become fully vested. This would say overnight they're immediately vested.
Yeah.
At 6 months, they would
Yeah,
become,
if they've been here for
Well, if
longer than
they've
6
been here
months.
3 years.
right, but they would become vested, but 9%, or the 9% of that little tiny portion that they've gotten from the city for
Well, if
day
they make
one.
100,000, it's $90,000.
Right, but they're only getting 9% per paycheck. It's not like they're getting 100,000 in their first week, in their first paycheck. You know, it's going to have to accrue still.
Yeah, but I mean, we're doing 9%.
They would just be
We're doing 7% today. Just
Right, they
saying-
would just be entitled to it if they left. They wouldn't forfeit it. They wouldn't forfeit it.
But I'm saying, if it is $100,000 for easy math, today it's 7%. And so that'd
would
be
go to
3 years
9%.
worth of 3 years worth of contribution, which would have accrued $21,000. And so that is now, they would have to work for a couple of years. That becomes immediately available. That one out of the 2 is where I have, I think, a bigger, I've always thought, and I think that most of the cities, 5, there's a 10-year at Eatonville. I
Well,
mean, I'm-
that's the one that's changing. That's why it's highlighted in red.
Yeah,
They're
maybe,
changing on 10/1.
but we're at 5. I mean, we're competitive. I mean,
The average was 3.7 and,
yeah.
yeah.
I don't want to mess with that for now, the immediate vesting. I think, but as far as the percentage goes, I mean, that's a combined percentage of 9.1% of non-elective and elective.
The 9?
Yeah. So we're at 10 o'clock. Refresh me here.
The meeting is adjourned unless there's a supermajority vote to extend. The council can extend by time, by agenda item, your prerogative.
I make a motion to extend to complete this item.
I'll second.
Got a motion by Councilmember Willis, second by Mayor Pro Tem to extend. Any further discussion on the extending?
This item.
To complete this item?
To complete this item only, because we used this on me a couple of weeks ago, and I'm ready to be out of here. So I'm ready to use it on you guys. If you can use it on me, I can use it on you. So you tell me it's this item, and we're not going, how long is this extension going to be? Because I'm going to use that same rule.
I think until this item is completed, it leaves it open, and that's an issue.
It was the first time I've ever seen it used in all the city council meetings I've been to, and that's why I'm not willing to stay up here all night long for this.
Can we extend it 15 minutes?
Why don't we
Well,
extend it to 10:30 and then go from there?
You're gonna get a no out of me, because y'all wouldn't do that for me the last time.
We wouldn't
And it
ex-
was stormwater I was talking about.
We wouldn't
So-
extend it past 10:30 is what we didn't do.
Well,
Not-
you wouldn't I was right in the middle of describing the issue, and y'all wouldn't do that. So if we're gonna do this, we're gonna do it, okay?
Again, we didn't extend it past 10:30. This is 10 o'clock. We're extending it past 10 o'clock to 10:30.
Okay.
That's what I would suggest.
So I would like to resolve it quickly. All we're doing is extending. We can take action at that time. City Clerk?
Councilmember Davis?
Can I make it clear this is the open end?
Item only.
Pardon?
This item only.
It's
was
this
the motion.
item only without a time limit is my
Okay,
understanding
thank you
of the
for-
motion.
And then the
Extend.
meeting automatically adjourns and I don't get a chance to do reports or anything?
Yep.
Yeah.
I don't want to do. I did want to say one thing, but if I don't get to say it, that's fine.
That's the motion.
I don't like that motion.
Well,
I'll withdraw the motion.
Okay, so we need anyone opposed to withdrawing the motion? Consensus on
yes,
withdrawing?
I kind of am considered
Okay,
that's the
the
motion that he
motion
made, and it's
stands.
been bullied. So just because, you think that because you say you don't want it, we have to do that. So I'm not going to, I think we should keep the motion.
Well, the motion stands. Okay. I don't support the motion, so we can just let it fail because we didn't have unanimous consent to extend.
Majority. You need 4.
Oh, a supermajority?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, I know, Councilman Jackson, you're upset from the other time, but you have to consider, we have been pushing this off from month to month to month. The staff deserves to know, and we deserve to get it done for them.
Stormwater has been pushed off for years.
Let's extend the meeting and we can debate topics. So I'm going to vote against this and we'll just do a new motion. Okay? A timed motion. Councilmember Willis, I think you tried to withdraw it, but we needed unanimous or supermajority. Okay.
Extend. Unanimous to withdraw.
Right. We didn't have unanimous to withdraw. So City Clerk.
Councilmember Davis?
So we're 4.
Councilmember Jackson?
4.
Mayor Pro Tem Kellum?
4.
Mayor Morrison?
Against.
Councilmember Willis?
Maybe I don't know what I'm
4.
voting on. Okay. So that's a supermajority, right?
Correct.
Okay. Just
That was just to withdraw the motion though, however, right?
No, that was.
When I just extended it and I didn't want to.
Well, I wanted a timed extension.
I mean, it's.
I'm learning
Can we
about
just-
that Cinderella.
Don't you think we could fix this in 15 minutes?
Yes, we can.
The issue in front of us is, we've looked at it several times. My comments have been, wait till the budget's ready. We don't have the budget, right? That's my pause. These numbers are not up to date because we don't know. the comparison of cities are, some are good, some of them I think are going to. And so it's always a kind of a difficult circumstance. However, this is more information, Natalie, than I think years past. That, so I want to thank you. And
No
it
problem.
wasn't any fairness to the former. It just really, I think every year we're asking for more and digging
Yeah,
in.
it's fine.
And yeah, just appreciate it, but I know it's tough and it's a moving target. Either way, I sort of, in the agenda, envisioned this going through once we got a handle on the budget. And that's, we got 2 budget hearings. I don't want to keep bringing this up. I don't know if we said we wanted it back at this meeting or not, but the issue after it, the discussion item, is one that I think we should have talked about. And we moved the city manager, which I think was the biggest time, down. That would have been tackled first. And so we have these decisions. I'm fine with moving forward, but I do it with a little bit of, we haven't seen the final numbers on the budget, or there's some big changes still in those numbers. We haven't had a chance to line it up. Tonight we were looking at a CRA that was $400,000 off, and that's a lot of money, right? That's certainly enough to pay for this for 4 years, but so I sort of feel like this is the 5th or 6th time I think we've taken this, so I feel like I sort of have to go forward with this, but I don't recall trying to ask for this, and I don't know why it reached the priority on the agenda before we got through the budget hearings. If this was the desire of other council members who wanted it, fine. I certainly respect it, or the city manager who believes it's in the best interest to get this done. I respect that too.
Mr. Mayor, just to remind you, we don't have a motion to extend past 10 o'clock. We haven't made it.
We have a motion to extend it till we finish
Until it's
this.
done. Okay,
It's complete.
my mistake.
That's okay.
I apologize.
No, all good. Okay, that's all I had to say. I think if this motion was rewritten to say 9 or 7, to the changes we said, which was 7 to 9, 11. The changes we said might not, this is
9,
getting late
7.
today.
7 to 9, 3 to 3.
7 to 9, 3 to 3, and then the vested. With the budget in front of me, I think, and we can make that work, which I know the budget proposed has it, but we're not done finding expenses there to cut. We've made some and we don't have the final numbers. I'm okay with that. Unless council members have concerns, I'm okay with the increase. I do have an issue. I would rather hold off on the vested, but I'm willing to learn more about that. I just always thought that you wanted to promote staying with the city, and over time you build up. But if that's not,
Mayor, can I address that?
yes, sir.
This was one of the recommendations that was brought to us by Mr. Buttons with who administers program for us. He brought it as a way to attract and retain new young talent, because a lot of the other cities are already doing this immediate vesting thing. And what he told Natalie and Melinda was the cities that have the 1 to 5 year vesting period increasing over are very few or far further between. This is a more modern approach to attracting and recruiting talent, and that's why we moved it forward. We didn't think of this. This was recommended by him.
But so he said few far in between. This data shows.
Becoming less frequent.
Okay, so the new trend
The new
is-
trend, yes. Yes, sir. That was the idea brought forward.
New trends have risks.
Yep.
I don't, I like it, I get it, of course it makes sense. There's no one younger, I guarantee you, if you're older, you're gonna like 100% vested. I don't think it's a more competitive and a very nice thing to offer. That's all my comments. I would like to see the budget, but I don't want to continue to bring this back. I don't need to discuss it anymore. We've discussed it. So for me, I would hold, and can we just approve it with the budget? I mean, do we know why this came back? I guess
I was asked to put it on by John DeLeo, so.
Okay.
The council just was keeping it in front of them, and they said, like last month when we heard this, we said, we don't have to make a decision on this month. We can push it off to next month, and that's why it's here.
Yeah. I didn't think month to month. It was let us get through the budget. What I did think month to month was Fillmore and Jackson and code and those issues in those departments. And so
That's just like after the CRA meeting, you guys would make the decision.
So
Which you have.
I'd like to make a motion that we accept Resolution 2024-02 with the 9 and the 3%, excuse me, and the immediate vesting. I said that right?
And then changing the.
Pardon?
And changing the.
The 9.
To be able to go in at 6 months.
Well, that's what I thought.
Not the vesting, but the
yes.
Plan entry.
Yes, yes.
From 1 year to 6 months.
6 months. I agree.
Thank you.
I'll second.
I have a question, Mr. Mayor.
got a motion by Council, let me give this, Member Davis, and a second by Council Member Willis. Before going to Mayor Pro Tem Callum, City Clerk, did you hear the motion?
With the 3 to 9 and immediate vesting and go in at 6 months? I mean, I don't know if you want to make a motion like that.
What would be the proper wording for your 6 months?
It was pretty much as written is
Okay.
your motion, right? But
Well, I just wanted to make sure the 9 and 3 were changed, but other than that, it would be as written.
Go to page 3.
Mm-hmm.
The other way. The other
Service
way.
condition.
Oh, sorry.
Box.
Yeah.
Amended.
Right there, the
There.
service condition. 6
Check
months
other
service.
6 months of service as, and otherwise.
And eliminate-
Okay.
and
Then that's fine.
reduction of the
As
service-
written.
Reduction of the service condition from 1 year to 6 months.
Mayor, I understand the motion to be increase the non-participative from 7 to 9, leave the participative at 3, no change, immediate vesting and service entry at starting, or plan entry starting at 6 months.
That's
Reduction.
fine.
Yeah,
That's how I
that's
understand
fine.
the motion.
Yeah.
Got it. And that was your intent, I think?
Yes, that's
Okay.
fine.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Kellum?
I just had a question on the 9 to 3. We don't have a budget impact for that,
No, it's 7 to 9.
or 7 to 9, I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
the budget impact, it was back to the May meeting. It was the 90,605, and then adding the additional 6, those employees that would have impacted it. It was the 3,000, it's in my notes here. We'd given you that other additional information. There was like a one-time $12,000 fee and then an additional 3,000 a month added on to that, the 3,380. And that's only if everybody does 3% additional on their own 457. So that would be the worst-case scenario.
Okay, thank you. Have a second, yeah.
Yes. Okay. I don't think I'm ready to support that one. I think the percentages seem to be okay, but again, I don't know the final number on the budget yet, and I want to be able to take the final number and then say, now add 90,000 a year. Do I think it's more important some other expenses? yeah, I think I could get in there and find other expenses that, and so that's why I'm leaning towards it, right? I know the value of this, and so, Councilmember Willis?
Wasn't that included in our
It's
budget
already
all
been,
along?
it's been in there all along on the 9%.
Okay, so where we're at with our budget book today and what will show up on September 3rd will already reflect this.
But we haven't passed the millage rate.
I'm sure we will soon.
Have to by law, yeah.
Yeah. So-
And the budget, and I'm saying, though, I'm just going back to the original. We said we want to get to the budget and know the numbers, and I don't know what the total budget number is. It's moving quite a lot right now. And I did not want to, this just keeps coming back at us, and I think it's,
The goal there, Mayor, was so that financial services staff would be able to bring you a budget now reflective of everything for the 2 hearings in September without any guessing about what's going to happen on this.
yeah. But this is easy to add in or take out. It's the rest of the budget that's, if the rest of the budget is ready, that I don't think it is though. So it's not, they're not just waiting, I think, on this number, that this is a part of it, but we would already have.
We thought this would be a good time to bring this home to roost at this point in time.
Okay, motion second on the floor. Any further discussion?
I think we can find areas to, if we need to make this work.
And the vested, like I said, it's kind of bundled here. I like part of it. I don't like the vested. Right now, I'm not comfortable with that. So I would have to vote. I'd like to vote for keeping that the same. I would support all that, but I think to increase the percentage and then to move it up that hard on a new trend is not responsible right now until the city's shown we're not
Can we go ahead with the motion?
outside. We're under the discussion for the item, and there was no time limit on this.
Can we pass the numbers so that we can move forward with the budget and then pick up the vesting thing at the budget hearing? Once we know the numbers, and, I mean, it's not going to go into effect till October anyway, right?
I just think that's making it confusing. I mean, we have this, well, if this is what we want, then we will make sure the budget reflects it. You know, you're considering that we're going back to rollback. I'm not for rollback. So, you know, we have to consider that as well. So I still think we should just do the motion as is.
Okay, fine. And I mean, I don't support any of it. I would like to go below rollback rate. I want to, it's not, this is getting passed before the budget is. And so we're late. I'm done with this item. I really don't want to even discuss it anymore. I'd rather talk about what I believe the major priorities are is the January 2024 special city council meeting, where I think we take
That's getting
good care of our employees, and I am for every year trying to do something and be competitive. But yeah, so I don't support this because we want to rush it and get it through. That's how I feel.
Can we take the vote?
Yes, I'm ready. Any further discussion?
I'm the same on the vesting. I'm not sold on that because that is a new trend you're talking about, or city manager is talking about it being a new trend. We don't even know if that's really going to make a difference. That was always used in an opposite way. So the vesting, I'm curious about that too, just because you're coming in fully vested, basically. So I wish we could split the vesting off to later too, but if we're not, and that's not the motion, then
It just multiplies it. It moves it 5 years up and 4.5 and 2 little percentage points, and that is a big difference than just doing the percentage. Any other questions or comments, Mayor Pro Tem Kellum, Councilmember Davis, Willis, Jackson?
I'd like to separate the vesting too, so. I don't know where we go from here.
And I will vote that by itself if it's important and we need to do that. I just don't, we're doing this before the budget. I could vote on all of it at the first or second budget hearing, once we get an indication on it. But for tonight, I'm fine with voting the 9 and 11. The motion on the table is pretty much as written as we heard earlier. There's no further discussion.
So this would be, that the employees are a priority and that we could find the money for in the budget? Did you indicate that earlier?
I said that I believe that this is a higher priority than some of the items in the budget. And yeah, I think we could, but I did not, we haven't got all the numbers done yet. And so if the motion we could do a motion to amend the main motion to separate it? Is that what you want?
Yeah, that sounds
Okay.
good. Who made the motion though?
I did.
Yeah, but if you can make a motion to
the main
amend.
motion. A motion to amend the main motion.
Okay, I make a motion to the main motion not to include the vesting.
I'll second.
Got a motion to amend the main motion to not include the vesting.
Right. So the motion is to approve the resolution. That's the original main motion. The amendment is not to include the vest, the proposed change to the vest.
Okay, good.
Okay. Any further discussion on the amendment?
We're voting on the amendment first.
Correct.
Okay.
Voting on the first one?
No, the amendment.
The amendment, okay, the amendment to the motion, okay.
Okay. City Clerk?
Councilmember Davis?
Against?
Councilmember Jackson?
For.
Mayor Pro Tem Kellum?
4.
Mayor Morrison?
4.
Councilmember Willis?
4.
Motion to amend the main motion passes 4-1. Back to the main motion. Any further discussion? As amended.
Yeah.
Back to the motion as amended. City Clerk?
Councilmember Davis?
4.
Councilmember Jackson?
For the 7 and separated.
This is for it separated.
This is to go from 7 to 9 and keep the 3 at 3.
Okay, 4.
Mayor Pro Tem Kellum?
4.
Mayor Morrison?
4.
Councilmember Willis?
4.
Motion passes 5-0 as amended.
Mayor, would you like us to bring back the vesting item or just wait for further direction from council on that?
I think right around the first or second budget hearing.
We could bring it back at the,
Absolutely, yeah.
we'll bring it back, either one of those, whatever is most appropriate. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, council. The motion was to adjourn immediately. I've never been here before.
It was to complete, the motion was to extend to complete this item.
Okay. With that, meeting adjourned.
Reports.